Good morning, everybody, and wish you a very Merry Christmas from Team AMC. I am Dr. Vikram Khanna, the treasurer of AMC and the convener for today's Fincon 2. I welcome all the delegates and the panelists and the office bearers of AMC on this cold Sunday morning where we are really feeling the chills, and to keep you warm, we are having an expert panel of speakers, followed by the panel discussion. To begin the proceedings, I would like to invite the Secretary of AMC, Dr. Hemant Dugar, to start the proceedings and conduct today's session. Dr. Hemant Dugar is a practicing gynecologist and obstetrician since 1985, having a multi-specialty hospital in Andheri East since 1990. Currently, he is serving AMC as its honorary secretary. He has been the assistant honorary at the BMC Cooper Hospital, which is now having a medical college also. He has been actively associated with Lions Club International since 1992 and has been the district governor of the Lions District 3231A3 in 2014-15. He has also been associated with the Punarvas Special School in Goregaon West since 1994. Over to Dr. Hemant Dugar to carry forward the proceedings.
Thank you, Vikram. The nice introduction. Uh, Season's greetings to each and everyone who has joined this uh, Sunday cool morning. And you know why today's topic? It is because, like in a cricket match which is going on between India Bangladesh, you have to manage your innings in cricket. Here you have to manage your finances. Both the places, it is all ups and downs. You never know. It's most uncertainty in that, and that's what is being experienced by all of us in medical practice also. And therefore, our president, Dr. Nilima Vaidya Bhambre, thought it fit to have this webinar where uh, the experts will guide you that how do you manage your finances. And when it comes to finances, there are two lines. Is one, ना बाप बड़ा ना भैया सबसे बड़ा रुपया, and आमदनी अठन्नी खर्चा रुपया. Both the places you have to understand that you need to adjust, manage, and see to it that you cruise ahead in your professional life with least resistance or frictions. And therefore, the ever energetic our president, Dr. Nilima Vaidya Bhambre, is with us to present this Fincon. Fincon 1 was over and now Fincon 2. Dr. Nilima Vaidya Bhambre is a gynecologist and a lawyer. She is a vice president of Kandivali Medical Association. She is been secretary of our association for consecutive 2 years, founder member of Mumbai Dhadkan, secretary of Being Doctors, ex-member of Medical Legal Committee Foxy, a best speaker and a best student award winner and gold medalist at DGO exams. So is with you Dr. Nilima Vaidya Bhambre, president of Association of Medical Consultant. Like our association says, it's an association with mission and commitment. Nilima has got a mission and commitment. Mission is to do something different, more and more and more. So last 4 Sundays we are having a webinars, and she committed to her mission and her vision. Welcome, Dr. Nilima, for your presidential address.
every time, all right, Hemant, that I have to speak after you, I am just so happy. I love the way you start the seminars. So keep up with all the energies that we have. And welcome to a wonderful team which is doing this FinCon at my request on a Christmas holiday. Luckily, it fell on a Sunday, so I knew that all of you would be available and willing to learn more. I am slightly disappointed today. I would have loved to wear the Christmas cap and say ho 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 and welcome to all of you and all that. But then somehow my spirits are slightly dampened to see that a lot of people attend webinars only for the MMC credit points. I do not think that is a good way to go forward. Knowledge is everything, and you should take it at whatever point you get it, and for whatever amount of little amount of money that we wish to charge you for it. And FinCons and all the other webinars, a lot of effort and a lot of thought goes behind processing and having the final program, deciding who will be the best speaker for that, how the flow of the program should go. So it's a lot of effort which is put in through the week, and then everything is set together and the program is presented to you. We always strive our best to give you the best speakers and the best topics and whatever is the need of the hour. And finances is something which we are never taught by anybody, not even our parents, not our teachers, not medical colleges. Nobody teaches us. And we somehow jump into starting up a hospital. And then finally, we don't know where to go. Helter-skelter, we are running. We are doing a lot of malpractices just to make ends meet and all that. So our intention of having the FinCons is to tell you first and foremost is that whether you should be opening up a hospital or no, whether you should be joining some corporate hospital or whether you should be starting multi-speciality hospitals, and how to go about doing that, how to manage your cash flows, how to pay your taxes, how to try and save money wherever it is possible, wherever it is legally possible. We are not here to tell you any illegal loopholes, but whatever legally can be done and intelligently and wisely can be done is what we have for you on the platter. Nothing goes waste if you have strategized everything. So we have one lecture on even strategy management as to how you are going to think about how to utilize your finances and where to approach for loans and all that. So today's FinCon, I think, is a very important one for people who are wanting to start their practice and see to it that they are at absolutely minimal losses and in the long run make stupendous profits. So we have people who are doctors, who are in the know-how of the healthcare, people who are managing hospitals, who are managing their own taxes, to come and talk to you about the practical aspects of the financial wealth and financial management of doctors. And I'm very, very thankful to Nehal for really, putting her head into it and trying to get us the best speakers possible, and to get us new topics and nice topics, innovative topics for our members to enjoy. So thank you very much, Hemant. I hand you over to Vikram, who will take forward this program. But let me not again forget to remind you that please register yourself as organ donors, write to AMC, take your organ donation certificates and put it up in your nursing homes. And I hope all of you on your birthday are getting the tree certificate. I request you all to print that also, frame it and put it up in your consulting room so that you inspire other people to do the same. And AMCON is coming up on the 25th and 26th of February. I request all of you to please register for that. We'll be very soon starting the registrations within a few days. And I'm looking forward to meeting you all in person at the AMCON. It is, I'm looking forward to your participation, because even the AMCON, we have decided to do it slightly differently than what we regularly do it. So hand over to Vikram. Thank you very much for everything. Thank you.
Thank you, President Madam. And your wish will not go unfulfilled. Our next speaker, Dr. Reena Vani, who is the program committee chairperson of AMC this year, will do the needful on your behalf. Dr. Reena Vani is the professor and head of the obstetric and gynec department at the HBT Medical College and Cooper Hospital. She is a member of the FOXI GCPR for COVID guidance and vaccination. She is also the president of the Mumbai Breastfeeding Promotion Committee, a core committee member of the FOXI Violence Against Women's Health, chairperson of the FOXI Perinatology Committee, the ICOG Governing Council member. Academically, she has been very active, having more than 50 chapters in Foxy and other books and over 75 publications in various journals. She is also the recipient of 2 gold medals, 5 distinctions, and 25 different prizes and awards. She is the editor and the co-editor of 14 books, author of 2 textbooks, and has been recently awarded the Monks Personality of the Year Award and the Monks S.N. Pandit Award for Women's Empowerment, Monks Ganatra Trust Prize, the R.D. Pandit Prize twice, and the Durusha Best Committee Member Prize 3 times. She is an active PG and UG teacher for the DNB, DGO, and the MBBS curriculum and has been an examiner and referee for the MRCOG examination. Over to you, Dr. Reena Vani, who is playing Santa Claus today.
Thank you, Vikram, and ho, 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 and Merry Christmas to you all. I wish as Santa, I could give you all the bags of money, but the webinar today will help you to learn how you can get it for yourself. So Fincon 1 had started on Gandhi Jayanti, and it gave us a good background. And our same team has come across to give you a wonderful follow-up to this. But friends, as promised by our dynamic president, we have a lot of other activities coming up. And I would like to tell you all that, first of all, we would request all of you to quickly book your tickets for Tape Face, which is on 29th of January at the St. Andrews Auditorium. It's a Ashwin Gidwani production, and it's a award-winning silent humor comedy, and there are limited tickets. So please, it's already been circulated to you. So please do book your tickets. It's a very special rate for our members. Before that, we have another program on 22nd Jan planned for rejuvenating medical minds. We had a wonderful mental health webinar, which was done in October for Mental Health Day. And this is kind of a follow-up to that. On 26th of January, we are planning a bikeathon. And in the first week of February, we're looking at a DigiCon, maybe followed by an ITCon in the second week. But as Dr. Nilima has already told you, we are having a Hatke theme for AMCON based on Astitva, on which we have on the 25th, Fitness for Fraternity, and on 26th, Ek Zindagi Aise Bhi, where we are looking at doctors who are doing things differently. International Women's Day is going to be celebrated not just for the women, but for the men with a lovely car rally. And I'm sure those of you who are interested, fasten your seat belts and be ready for a wonderful roller coaster ride. We are also planning a follow-up to the medical legal webinar, which we started off with the MLCon, AMCon, FAMCICon, which was held at Nanavati Hospital as a hybrid program. But we are going to be having a follow-up webinar series, and medical legal is one of the USPs of our association. So friends, do put in your messages or requests if you have any particular areas you would like to be covered, and we will be looking at that. Thank you all for being here despite it being a holiday. Enjoy the festive season, and we look forward to Dr. Narendra Dedia, Dr. Vikram Khanna, Nehal Mota and team enlightening us on how to make ourselves financially more stable. Over to you, Vikram. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reena Vani. And now we will begin our academic proceedings for the day. And to open the innings, we have none other than Dr. Narendra Dedia. He's the ex-professor and head of department of JJ Group of Hospitals and Grant Medical College. Currently, he's the managing director and the CEO of Parak Hospital, a hospital with a new concept. He is the architect of the Bombay model of dialysis. His special interest is for educating financially the doctors and helping them in attaining financial freedom. He has received an award from our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji as an achievement award from the governing Gujarat government, and has been appointed as the honorary nephrologist to the governor of Maharashtra. He has received various awards, which are mentioned in the slide. He believes that we should work for money and then let our money work for us. And in this way, we should attain financial freedom. To elaborate more on this and to enlighten us on this concept, I invite Dr. Narendra Dedia sir to share his expert views. Over to you, Dr. Narendra Dedia.
Good morning, everybody, and wish you Merry Christmas. And I'm very sure, maybe at the end of the today's talk, not the physically we are giving you the bags of money, but bags and bags of money can come to you, probably if you implement, and your luck also is with you. So now, not wasting my time, and I have a given 30 minutes, I will try to finish in those 30 minutes. My talk has been a little bit, I have to reorganize, and 2-3 slides I've added just to rapid movements, because I was supposed to speak the last, but then the strategy and taxations are coming later. So those speakers are coming later. So let me start with my talk, that is cash flow management and spend a couple of minutes on strategy, management, and taxation. My strategy is very simple, and that is you should do whatever which is beneficial to everybody. Once you keep that strategy in the mind, money will be byproduct, and definitely you will be happy and everybody will be happy. What I mean that strategy, that all should be benefited or all should be happy, that all the stakeholder in your profession, in your business, or in your hospital, that may be the hospital owner, visiting doctors, and the patient. If all are happy, all are satisfied, or it is a win-win situation for everyone, then I am sure that money will be byproduct, and your hospital, your organization will never be loser. Next slide. So once that strategy is in mind, then comes the few things. Already our honorary president had said that we are extremely good in our skill. We are extremely good at what we are supposed to do. But at the same time, please accept that we are very poor in general management. Then that management can be financial management, can be human resources management, or understanding the account, taxation, and so on. So since we are extremely poor in those, and one more tag here I will add, that we have a very big ego. Majority of the doctors, we have an ego. So if we understand our lacunae and we try to cut off those things, we try to understand that more better way, probably we will be doing much better. Here I will tell you, before I started practice, I always used to say, this corporate people or the big organization, they have a HR department. What is the use of HR department? And I always used to think that it's not required. But now I realize, after starting my hospital, initially small nursing home, and now the Parak Hospital, which is a mid-size hospital, HR is one of the most important part. How you can utilize your human resources. Same person, if you utilize properly, giving X output can give 2X output. And that is the person who is the head of the HR can get out of that person. So HR is an extremely important thing. So yes, we should learn that. For the understanding the cash flow and understanding the MIS, you should have a basic account and tax knowledge. And that's also very important for us to see. And yes, today will be, that is the important talk. And yes, communication skill. Many times we have realized that doctor with the average knowledge, but sugar on the tongue, you will be the most successful person in medical practice. So communication skill is important, not only with the patient, with your vendors, with your staff, and so many other people. Next slide. Next, we'll go to the taxation. Dr. Rajiv is an extremely good speaker and he will talk about this. I'm not going into detail. Just I will summarize in one or two lines that most important part in the taxation that you should have a good CA, good charter accountant. And at the various platform, at various organizations, various meeting, I always say that good CA is extremely important. Don't think of saving the money, but look at the good person, good CA. Like for the treatment, we always look at doctor should be good or the person should be good. Similarly, your CA or charter accountant should be really good, really dynamic. Then he become indirectly a partner in your organization. And I'll repeat, yes, he become indirectly partner without sharing the profit. So good CA is extremely important. And here that you don't have to meet your CA only once in a year. You have to meet him regularly. You have to understand. You have to tell your problems. You have to get your solutions. And good CA will impart a discipline in accounting. You yourself also should be ready that the discipline in accounting should be there. And good CA definitely will push you that you must have a discipline in accounting. That is a example, pay your TDS before the 7th of the next month, or pay your GST in time, and so on. So unnecessarily problems will be avoided. And little even better CA, then he will tell you what is the importance of cash flow, what is the importance of MIS, and how those things will help you to grow your bottom line. Now, let us come to the actual talk of our today. Cash flow management and MIS. These words are a little difficult. Next slide. So to understand this, since beginning only, I will start with giving you examples, and which will be practical example. And so trying to make it little topic very simple and not the complicated. Many times we think ये cash flow क्या है and profit and loss क्या है and what about the MIS? MIS, maybe many of people you may not be heard also. So let us make it simple. I'm giving you one simple example. Look at this slide. There are 3 patients. Patient 1, bill is 100 rupees, margin is 15. So profit becomes 15%. Patient 2nd, again bill is same 100 rupees. Here margin is 17.5. So profit is 17.5. Patient 3, again bill is 100, but margin is 20, profit is 20. Now read at the top, which is better. You will say that what foolish question you are asking. Obviously the 20 wala is better. Yes, I do agree with you. 20, if this is the only way and all in cash, 20 will be better. Now go to the next slide. So now new rider comes in that the person who is having a 15% margin, that you are getting a same day payment. What I mean is rokda. Haath mein abhi paisa aa gaya. So that rokda is very important here word. And I always say that vyapari to vech to chale. So you put money in your pocket and that is your actual money. Now, second patient, you were getting 17.5, but money will come after 90 days. Here I'm repeating, money will come after 90 days. And third, where the margin was 20%, money will come after 180 days. Now ask question, which one is better? Unfortunately, we are sitting in a webinar, so I cannot see everybody's faces. I cannot ask everybody questions. I cannot ask to raise the hands, but I am sure everybody will have a different answer. Koi 1 bolega, koi 2 bolega, koi 3 bolega. And here, what will happen? Next slide. If I count 10% is the interest cost, then probably all are at the same. How? That here the margin is 15 only. Here money has been used for 3.5 months, so 2.5 rupees goes in interest. So 17.5 say 2.5 minus where, so it will remain 15. And here that 180 days, so 6 months, so margin, 5 rupees will go. So again the margin will be 15. So again all these three margin will be 15. Now fourth slide, unfortunately I have missed and not added. Now what do you think, what is better? Here I will say, now better is the first one for me because it's Rokra, I am getting money today itself. Here I will get 90 days. So I'm not sure 90 days mein aayega, kabhi late aayega. I have to do communication, I have to send the email, I have to send the reminder and so on. And same thing here in 180 days. So anything which is a cash, which is very important. So that's, this slides was trying to tell you that how the cash is important, how the money which comes in your hand is important, rather than money which comes after 6 months or money which comes after 3 months and so on. So these points, probably I think by simple example, I made it very clear that why the things, though there is a difference in margin, what is the, I mean by cash flow. And here I will use the word now, and this is my slogan, profit and loss is for the regulator, and it is the cash flow which matters for us. Now here I will just give you the example. Suppose that whatever the 180 days margin money you have booked as a profit. Yeah, so once you are booked as a your revenue, sorry, not profit, as your revenue, so it will come in your profit and loss. Once that book accountant has booked, so it will come in as your profit and loss. So on your profit and loss, you will feel that you are making money, but actually money has not come to you. So it is not your cash flow. It is not in your hands. So still you don't have that money in your hand. Now here I have given, I'm coming with the two beautiful examples. One example from the hospital industry. Now this slide, though it looks like a lot of figures are there, please understand, I will make it a very simple and all of you will understand very, very easily. So just go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so this is, I told you that profit and loss is for the regulator, and the cash flow, that is really important and that matters for all of us. Now go to the next slide. Yes, as I told you, there are lots of figures are there in this slide, but it's very simple. Now this is an example from our industry. This is the example of HCG hospital. Now this is the 2016, 17, 18 and 19. So these are the 4 years figures I have taken as an example. See, this is the revenue part. Revenue means आप जो भी total business book करते हैं, they book it, their total money they are supposed to receive. So the revenue in 2016 was this, 17 was this, 2018 was 829, and 2019 was 976. So there was a growth. So CAGR in growth was fairly good, 18.5%. So year on year growth was good. But is this growth was reflected in rest of the things what I was talking previously? Let us see that. Now this growth which they had shown in the business, their EBITDA was fairly okay first year, second year, growth was almost in EBITDA, that is the margin was 23.5%. But gradually that margin started falling to increase the growth. Let me repeat slowly. To increase the growth, they have started with the low margin. So to show the growth, margin has been reduced and further reduced in 2019. And they reduced to average of 12.4%. That last year it was only 4.3%. So margin reduced to show the growth or to keep the growth. Now go further. Cash flow on operation. So cash flow on operation का मतलब यहाँ होगा कि what liquid money you have. So this was the actual liquid money which was available with them on the first year, on the second year, and then the 2019. So first year, the cash flow was very good at the 24.7% on the growth compared to the previous. So this was a fantastic growth. But as they started increasing the revenue, they started probably increasing the revenue. This, by studying the balance sheet, I can tell you that they started taking at the low margin, or they started doing the business at the much discounted rate. So their cash flow went down. And then last year, there was a no cash flow or no extra money they received. Now, that's why their cash flow was average was only 10.2% with the growth of 18. So huge deficit. Now, to increase this growth, they have to increase the capex. How they increase the capex? Either they buy out a new hospital or they put a new infrastructure, and they went on increasing the capex. Every year they went on the increasing the capex, means they started putting a new money to increase the revenue top line. But they were not able to keep the margin. So here what happened? So this capex minus cash flow is the cash deficit. What capex means? You have done 210 crore of extra expense to increase your growth. Your 73 crore were with you, so you have to buy 137 crore. So every year their cash deficit was there, and actually it should be positive, but here it become negative. So your cash deficit, how they will get it filled? They have to go to the bank. They have to take the loan. So that debt is started increasing. And that becomes so big, 580 crores. So 658 crores. So that kind of debt they could not now service. So they were in a trap now. And ultimately, they have to sell the hospital to the private equity, because they realize now at this point, they will not able to serve their debt. And ultimately, they have to surrender. And so this is a problem, what I wanted to explain. You are doing a growth. You think that your hospital is full. You think that you are doing extremely good. But look at your bottom line. Look at your cash flow. Look at your loan structure. And whether you are able to clear it or not. And if you, day one, you will be very clear that keep your growth along with the cash flow. And if the cash flow is not improving, then somewhere you are making mistakes. And then that mistake has to be addressed. And then only you can probably be the winner. Next slide. So this was an example of what I have tried to give you from the hospital industry, so people know the things and what is happening. So hopefully I made it little clear that how the cash flow is important. Now, simple example, I will here try to make you little more understand.
Dr. Dedhia, you have gone on mute. We cannot hear you.
Sorry. Now, is it okay now?
Yes, yes. Now we can hear you.
Yeah. So now many of the doctors during this pandemic has gone on the various stock market groups, and they now have an understanding of stock market. Sometimes I feel they read much more than what even I read, and they have extremely good knowledge. And there are lots of active groups are there in the stock market. So this is a one market related example I have been putting forward. DMart versus Big Bazaar for the understanding, for the importance of the cash flow management. Both DMart and Big Bazaar probably started nearly the same time. DMart initially 7-8 years was very low profile, only 6 to 7 shops all over India. I will repeat here, only 6 to 7 shops all over India for 7 to 8 years. But by that time, they established their inventory, they established their infrastructure, they got their foot well placed, and then they started expanding extremely fast. On the other way, what happened, Big Bazaar? Day one, they started with the many shops. Day one, they were all over the India, and they went aggressively. In fact, they were the first movers that way, but they didn't get the advantage of the first mover because they were in that trap. And once you get into that trap, then to get out will be very, very difficult. So yes, this is another reason of the easy example, which probably the people will understand. Now here I will give you our Parak Hospital, my own experience in a little different way. Parak Hospital were very aggressively initially doing all the various schemes, Mumbai Police, Maharashtra Police, BSNL, and so on. Now, because of these things, our hospital was always full. I used to think we were always busy, but I'm sure that all of us must be knowing in all these schemes, money used to come after 6 months, 8 months, year, and sometimes after repeated reminder also, it was very difficult to get the money on time. And second thing, we were giving at very, very discounted rate. So once we started doing a habit in our hospital, doing a regularly MIS, regularly following monthly MIS, what is happening in various department wise, we realized that our top line was going like a SCG, but it was affecting our bottom line, was getting stagnant, at least luckily because we were sitting. It was not going negative, but it was not increasing also. So we took a harsh decision. We stopped all the schemes. And to surprise to me, within a year, our top line definitely went down by 5 to 10%, but then bottom line started increasing and increasing handsomely. And almost this is last 7, 8 years. So we are extremely happy after stopping this, all the schemes. We probably plugged our negative things and bottom line increased. So this was also a very important part that we must do that MIS. We must do that understanding of what is our cash flow. And once we do that, probably you don't have to just always think that hospital or your organization should be full, but you should think that whether you are getting money or not, whether that money is coming in a flow or not. And if that money is not coming in a flow, but just going onto the paper or accounting point of view, then that is not used to you. Next slide. Money cannot be kept idle. Now, sometimes we learn from our kids also. This was been, though it was very important thing, but I never realized that it can make such a big difference. My son joined me about 8 years back as a hospital industry, and he was there that time. One best part which happened was that how to keep our hospital account. Now, majority of people who are having a hospital account will be a current account. Sometimes that money is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 lakh or even more has been remained there, but we never think it will require up to a few days or few months and so on. So he says, you require how much money? That money only we should keep into the account. Maybe minimum 1 lakh or 2 lakhs or so. Why keep more money in hospital account when that money is not generating any income? So we started taking advantage, and he was in a financial management, and then we started putting money into the liquid fund. Even for the short time also, and money within the 24 hours, Nehal is there here, she will vouch for that. That money can come within 24 hours. So that money which was remaining in current account ideally started generating about averagely 5.5% return. Now that's a huge thing. And will you believe how much difference it made to me in a yearly? Almost 13.5 lakh rupees average. So that kind of just interest which money was remaining otherwise ideal, I could generate, and that's a big amount in a year. So yes, That also we must understand. And then that money smartly we use it. Yes, then it can give you still much better return. So understand that in cash flow, see that your current account money should not remain ideal and it should be utilized well. Now let us touch the MIS. What is MIS? Management Information System. And here what I wanted to tell you, that next slide, what I wanted to tell you in the MIS, that we have to study a department wise. We have to study, if you are running the hospital, we have to study operation theater is there, our infrastructure is there, our personal expertise is there, and so on. I think our President Madam also did mention in her opening remark that whether to have a hospital or not, at least I can strongly say that in a city of Mumbai, if you are buying a new nursing home at the cost of 25,000 plus square feet area, then probably it's not viable business. Now, why viable business? You have to always think that what money you are putting for your infrastructure, that money also can generate money for you. An average return of the whatever the money you have at present, you should calculate between 10 to 18 to 20%, which can give it to you if you manage it well. So if you do that, it will be always good. So
I think we have lost Dr. Narendra Dedia due to some connectivity issue. I'm sure he'll be back.
Yeah, so I think in meanwhile, I'll just chip in that he was making a very valid point about idle money. And let me tell you, we have been interacting with many doctors in the last 10 years and many of the hospital owners. And we've seen that there are lakhs and lakhs of rupees lying in the current account of the hospital, not even moved to liquid funds. Okay, so right now, whichever doctors we interact with, we just ask that how do you, collect the money which comes from the practice? Is it a proprietary setup? Is it like LLP or private limited? And wherever the hospital money comes, what is a plan to actually move it to a liquid fund? Because like he rightly said, that you just don't realize so much money is lying idle and current account doesn't give you any interest. In fact, if it's in your savings bank account, it still earns you some 2-3% per annum, but whatever is lying in your current account doesn't earn you any interest. So it is wise to have a account set up for your hospital and move that money in a liquid fund. It gives you some returns. I'll say not very great returns, but instead of money lying idle, it will start earning something. And like he rightly said, it's very liquid. You just redeem the liquid fund, and I guess the second or the third day, money is back in your bank account. So when we are talking about cash flows, it is important how you treat your idle money. Also, that is very important. And whoever, have done a financial plan with us, the first of every month, we have this habit of calling them up and asking them to check what is the money lying idle in whichever accounts, whether it is your hospital or your personal accounts. The first thing is that you move it into a liquid fund while you still find the right investment opportunity, but let that money move to a liquid fund and start earning you something. That itself will make so much difference in the overall returns which you generate. Pranav, if you can check if Dr. Dedia is joining, and I think he was
Nehal,
also, yeah.
Nehal, I have a question. Like
Yeah, Dr.
you said about liquid fund, even Dr. Narendra said about liquid fund.
hello.
Against that, Narendra Bhai is back. Dr. Narendra, just one question I was asking Nehal when we lost your connectivity is that liquid fund versus fixed deposit. I mean, how much difference it makes, and what is somewhere down the line, not now, but later on, you can just have some information shared
Sure.
between the two.
Sure. I think in
I think
the
it's a very interesting
yeah,
question, and Nikhil and me will like to answer, but we will take in as a panel discussion at
yeah,
that moment.
exactly.
So what I will like to put here, sorry for the somehow suddenly, yeah, we depend on the technology and sometimes we do get such things happen. So what we were talking about the MIS was, I was just coming that infrastructure. Here we have to probably look at the MIS in a two ways. One is the doctor point of view of a small nursing home and mid-sized hospital will be little different, and the corporate hospital will be different. What happens that majority of time doctors at the small nursing home or even at probably little bigger nursing home, they don't separate their revenue or their charges or their top line from their professional skill and infrastructure. These are the two different things. And I was trying to tell you that our president madam also did mention that whether it is a to start your nursing home or not to start, and especially it's a valid things in the city of Mumbai. So I always tell my students that you go to the tier 2, tier 3 cities where the opportunities are great for the nursing home, and now that there are hardly any opportunities are there in the city of Mumbai. If you look at the cost of your nursing home, more than 25-30,000 rupees square feet. So how you can recover that kind of money? Because whatever money you put for the infrastructure probably is otherwise also that money can make money for you. So you have to always think that money is not to be kept idle. Money should make money for you. And MIS, again, I will just touch a little bit here only for 2 minutes and then I will stop because I think I should not take extra time. So in MIS, there is important that you should do the MIS department wise. Now, I am just giving you one example. Suppose there is you have in your hospital operation theater. Then you have to look at how much area of your nursing home is you are kept for the operation theater. Suppose you are kept about 400 or 500 square feet. Then are you looking the cost of involved that 400 and 500 square feet? I'm sure that 1.5 to 2 crore rupees will be the cost in a city of Mumbai, averagely depend on the area wise of that particular operation theater. So then you have to see how many staff you have employed, what kind of OT table, OT light, air condition, and so on, or HEPA filter or laminar flow, and whatever you have installed in your operation theater. And then how are you charging? If there are other doctors visiting in your hospital, how you are charging the operation theater charges? Now, whether you are doing the surgery, are you able to segregate your charges and the infrastructure, your OT charges separately, or you just are taking the lump sum charges? And then you have to, if it's a little mid-size or bigger hospital, you have to see that what kind of surgeries you are coming to you, ortho, onco, gynec, or what are the various laparoscopic, what are the various instruments you are having, and whether they are been utilized properly, kept properly, and whether return those instruments are generating for you or not. So these are the all important points. And once you start doing that, then there will be so many minor things also. What are the various vendors you are using? How much billing come for the various vendors? Is there the possibility that one particular vendor you are spending X amount, it can be reduced? Whether you can get the cash discount. Sometimes, especially in the pharmacy, people get the cash discount. Cash discount means suppose there is a bill which is there of 1 lakh rupees and you pay on the bill immediately on the delivery of the goods, they might give you the 3 to 5% cash discount, and that becomes a big discount, 3 to 5%. So if you are able to get that, so that will add into your profitability very significantly. So that is very important. So if you have a cash-rich company, if you have a cash, then you can definitely utilize for the various ways. So friends, so MIS is a very, very important. And this MIS, it make you one discipline, one habit in you that you are studying your various department. Various departments you can make a head. we have made the head in OT, we have made a head in pathology, we have made a head in radiology. So various departments, we have made a head in pharmacy and so on. So head in various places, and that things help us to get the responsible person who will present their departments monthly, where they stands every monthly, and he will ask if he has some problem. He will say that he is making good revenue here or good inroads in some particular department, and he may require help from the some colleagues, or like radiology department may require help from pathology, or pathology may require from radiology, and vice versa. So similarly can be interacted also. So this practice helping us regularly, and we are very happy to continue that. And I'm advising that please make that discipline, and but it should be monthly meeting, so it gives you the data also, and then you can compare this month of November, last month November, what was your revenue, whether this November and that November is same or not, and whether it is increasing or not. So that also in MIS study we can do it, and that will also help us a lot. So gradually, what I mean to say that from the doctor you become a good financial manager, and then you become a good entrepreneur also. So this will help you a lot to understand the importance of every person and importance of all the things. Friends, I think I made it very clear. Hello. Next slide. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Dedia, sir, for enlightening us about the various methods of cash flow and also expanding our definition of MIS from minimally invasive surgery to management information system. And I'm sure a lot of us have become much more wiser today, and following your advice, the money bags can start rolling in. Now, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Nehal Mota. Can I have the introduction slide, please? Oh, I think there is a change. Nehal?
Yeah, I
Dr.
think
Mukesh?
on the group, I guess ma'am has written that we take the strategy session because it goes well with Dr. Narendra Dedia's session.
Fine. So, friends, we have a slight change of plan. We will now have an expert talk by Dr. Mukesh Gupta, who is a practicing gynecologist and one of the leading infertility specialists of Mumbai. He has been the past president of AMC, and he plies his trade in the western suburb of Malad. I invite him to share his views and experiences. Over to you, Dr. Mukesh Gupta.
Hey, hi, thank you very much. I'll just try to connect this content. Let me see. Just tell me if you can see the content.
We are able to see you.
Pranav, can you help me with that?
So you have the sharing right on the iPad.
Okay. Okay. Just check if you can.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, hi. So just kindly confirm whether you can hear me clearly so that I can start off.
Yes, you are clearly audible,
thank you
and
so
your
much.
screen is also nicely visible.
Thank you so much. Let me put it, first of all, thank the organizing team for giving me this chance on our very own platform of AMC and Fincon, for which I am extremely glad to be a participant. Now, let me give a little background of where I come from. Okay, so when we're talking about creating a strategy and structure for the practice, well, I'm going to share some of my experiences in my journey of practicing obstetrician gynecologist and a hospital owner since last 2 decades of my career in life. Besides that, I've also done postgraduate diploma in psychological counseling. So a little bit of component about how our mind works and how our patient centricity approach for the patient works. And last but not the least is my journey when I joined IIM Calcutta for the strategy management course and I did my course. It really changed my perspective of how to think about your practice, how objectively and structurally can we plan the things and how we have been doing over the years and how we can try to understand that. So this is my learnings which I have come across in this journey, which I'm going to be sharing with you. So let me start with an interesting quote coming from an interesting person, Floyd Loop. Floyd Loop was a person who was a cardiologist who actually changed his hospital totally from a hospital which was about to get shut down to a hospital which was one of the topmost performing hospital in the country. And his quote was, more than prescriptions, medicine involves communication, tolerance, flexibility, listening, and hard work, and a passion for practice. So I'm not going to talk business immediately as one of the primary concern. And I'll explain you why business is not just the primary concern, and there is much more to it. So I'm going to start from something which we are all knowing, from known to unknown. And when we talk about from known to unknown, this is what comes on our mind. Okay, so in microbiology, we have been taught that how growth happens. So the bacterial cells start off with a lag phase where there is no number of, there is no increase in number of living cells, and then suddenly there is an exponential rise, and then there is a stationary phase, and then there is a decline phase. Now this is what we learned in our microbiology way back in the second year. Now putting the same graphical pattern, into various different things. So when you pick up any product which has been launched in our lifetime, we see the same thing happening for that product. There is an initially introduction of the product, then it goes through a growth phase, and then there is a more of a plateau, which is a maturity phase, and then it becomes old and starts declining. Now the same story holds true for any industry. So now let's also look at this earlier as instead of product, we can look at our career growth also. Our career also starts as an introduction, and then there is a good, fast, rapid growth, and then there is a good phase where we all are more or less in a mature phase and a plateau phase, and then ultimately when we start retiring, it goes into decline phase. Now, if we look at not just an individual practice, we bring it up to a larger scale, and if we try to look the whole industry as a healthcare industry where we want to start up our practice or we want to develop and grow or whatever way we want to look at it, we need to understand the industry life cycle. When we look at the industry life cycle, there are innovators who start off with different ideas in their practice. Some of them are early adopters, which grow much more faster. Majority agar adopt कर लिया ideas and concepts, and they are, you have picked up with the recent trends and recent things that are happening in your industry, in your practices, any specialty that you have chosen, then you are doing good. But if you are not in that part, but late majority who have joined in later on and tried to copy paste a model of some other person, and then you try to catch up, still you will do good, but you'll not do as good as the ones who have started off earlier than you. And lastly, there are always going to be laggards in the industry who have always trying to play catch up, but they have never been able to catch up. So what I'm trying to tell you is that this graph more or less, tells us so many things about how we need to create a competitive strategy in our practice, in our perspective of our hospital or nursing home, or it may be just a clinic. And last but not the least, in our whole career ourselves. So when we think of strategy, what does it really mean? How is it different from a plan? How there is a difference between a good plan and a strategy? Well, a good plan is a good plan. Strategy is the way you choose that good plan. Strategy is the way you implement that good plan. Strategy is the way you keep changing and modifying that good plan into a better and the best plan. So basically, this strategy is actually, you have to understand that a good plan is something which is a foolproof mechanism that we try to create in our practice or in our whatever way we are looking at. But strategy is way beyond that. So goal is a form of destination, but still it is not a strategy. So my strategy is to reach a portfolio of say 50 crores or 10 crores or whatever. That's not a strategy. That's a goal. Okay, how you achieve that is the strategy. Okay, and how you manage the whole things. So let's understand that there are various levels at which the strategy is created. It can be at the level of corporation, It can be at the level of individual small business units in the hospital, or it can be actually in the functional way, the way you are functioning and creating those strategies and executing that plan. So depending on that different levels, the strategy is the case. So strategy is at the corporate level, at the business level, at the company level, or it can be at the execution. It can be a marketing strategy, it can be a pricing strategy, it can be a a social media strategy. So you decide that there are different facets to it when you start implementing it. Okay, so this is one of the slides I'm going to keep coming back to again and again in this presentation. And this basically, the slide actually talks about the various components of strategies. Now, there is no hard and fast rule. It is just a simplified way for me, which I have created to make you understand the various, complicated jargons which these medical school and B school or these corporate setups are using, which we need to understand when we are doing in our own practice so that we get a better outcome. Right? So when we're looking at these strategies, the first thing that we need to know is we need to establish the goals of our practice, then find out our core competency. Now, once we have identified our core competency, then we have to see how the economies of scope and economies of scale will help us to grow our practice. Then comes a phase of how we create a competitive advantage. For that, we need to use our strategic positioning and the trade-offs and the strategic fit, and thereby reach the competitive advantage. Last but not the least, we have to keep on creating newer benchmarks and keep on going further and further and further so that we can give a better outcome. Now, this is the whole basic tenements. And yes, there are some catalysts like technology, IQ, and EQ that we're going to be talking about as we go ahead. Okay, so now let's try to understand that when we are talking about this technology, the first step in this whole journey was to establish the goal. And when we are establishing the goal, we need to understand that there is one primary difference in healthcare as compared to any other industry. Now, our goal has to be profit driven, purpose driven. Okay, why purpose driven? Because if you do not have a purpose for which you're creating the practice, purpose of what you're creating, let me give you an example. So for example, if you're starting up a hospital as a gynecologist, you are looking at a particular purpose of creating safe outcome for a woman when she goes to journey of pregnancy. If you are a surgeon, you want to create a purpose, whatever is your purpose. Okay, if you're an oncosurgeon, you want to actually improve the survival in a woman or a male or whatever, and in your patient, to improve that. There has to be a larger purpose. If you're a diabetologist, you need to bring down the incidence of complications in the patient load, where you are not only trying to control the sugar, but you're bringing down the complications. Meaning there has to be a purpose, a long journey in healthcare. You cannot just be profit driven, because profit is something which will come. So I always say, let's focus on the Ma Saraswati, and Ma Lakshmi will definitely join in. So we do not start off with the profit driven, because that's what most businesses do. But healthcare is different from others because of this reason. Because the moment it is purely profit driven organization, I'm not saying you do not need to make profit, because that is the very purpose of this conversation. But the idea of creating the profit is by the virtue of the fact that you are having a purpose toward which you're working. Now, if we do not make profit, we cannot have those higher end equipment. We cannot run through the organization at a higher level and create safe and error-free practice. But having said that, again, I'm saying that our focus should be there. Now, let us look at what is this concept of patient centricity. Now, unlike any other industry, which they keep talking about customer centricity, but here we are talking about patient centricity. Initially, our focus was only disease management. Then came the time, okay, it's not just the disease, but we need to handle the patient and his issues or her issues. And if we do not take care of that, the patient is anyway not going to take treatment. So we need to understand the patient as a whole and manage their various different issues, whether it is helping them into planning their finances, whether it is helping them organize their support system. It is our job. Then came the era of satisfaction, and all those various different platforms which are giving you scores and telling you that, okay, this is a doctor with 4+ stars, this is a doctor which has got lesser stars in the hospital which has got so, and so on and so forth. Even unlike what we would want it. But unfortunately, even now, when patients are coming to us, they are looking at our feedbacks from other patients, and they are looking at our ratings from various different platforms, which is really sad. But that is the truth. We are living in that truth, and we have to find out how our patient goes back home satisfied. Meaning the patient has underwent the surgery. Outcome may not be to the best of the outcome, but yet the patient can go home satisfied. At least we've saved the life, and at least in spite of the disability or some kind of complications that may have been inevitable, still the patient is satisfied because they knew that the doctor has done the best. And that is where the patient satisfaction comes in. But now the movement of that era has moved to one more different level, and that is patient experience. Meaning, it is not just what they rate as a satisfaction levels, but they also want stories to tell about how their journey or how their experience was with you or the hospital, or the interaction with your front desk, or the interaction with your accounting department. Everything matters for them. So it is time for us to focus and create strategies to enhance the patient experience. So a good pre-operative explanation and counseling converts into the patient choosing you as a surgeon. But a good post-operative management and post-operative instructions and follow-up care after going home is going to convert these very patients into your brand ambassadors. And these are the brand ambassadors who are going to help you create your brand and help you get more patients. So we need to have a strategy in place, not just at the beginning of the journey of the patient, but also towards the end of the patient experience. So it is not just when you are diagnosing clinically the disease and investigations and all those things, but you are also looking at the stage where you are looking at how the patient feels at the end of the whole journey. And that is the reason why it's time to create the whole full length strategy and not just focus on being just smart and intelligent doctor. So in other words, if we summarize this conversation, healthcare organizations, the primary goal should always look at the problem oriented or the problem meets solution approach. But the goals have to now reach to a next level of patient centricity, where we elevate the clinician and the patient's relationship. And that will definitely lead to the pathway of profitability. Now, unless you have these things in place, it is difficult for the patient also to accept that this was the outcome. So it is also safe, a good thing for a safe practice. But unless you have this, it will not work. So we talked about establishing goals. Now let's talk a little bit about, core competency. Now, when we talk about core competency, it was an interesting, terminology put forth by Dr. Prahlad, who was one of the pioneers in management, and he originated from India. And he had been a teacher in several B schools and lecturer in several B schools across the world. Now, when he talked about core competency, he talked about how you need to focus on your core competency so as to enhance your profitability. The moment we deviate from the core competency and try to do everything and other things, you land up with missing out on the high potential of profitability that your business or your practice or your clinic or your hospital can do. Let me make it simple. So you need to figure out what is it that is your core competency, means what is it that you are specialized in. Why should a patient choose Dr. Mukesh Gupta when there are so many more gynecologists around, so many more doctors? Why should they choose me? Now, that is what a question you should keep asking yourself. So it is something which you need to define and identify in your practice and then focus towards that. So identify what are your proven skills and core skills and capabilities, and then you need to align that to your established goals that you have created. And that's where your main, that is where your heart of business is. And that is where the core practice will work on. So you have to define your core competency. So for example, if a surgeon is very good in a particular specific surgery, maybe hernia, so he's focusing his whole core competency on hernia and he's working towards that. Somebody is very good in colorectal surgery, he's going to work on that. A doctor who's a gynecologist can focus either on fertility or laparoscopy or whatever subspecialty there. But then in that also they have a core competency for a particular thing and they need to work towards that. Well, this brings us to some interesting concept that when a person is starting his practice, initiating the practice or initiating a hospital or starting a new hospital or a new entry to a new market, the whole concept here is this, that we need to have an analysis of what is the ecosystem in the market. So let us look at this way, that when we are right at the center of the whole practice, the ecosystem, There is a competitive rivalry which is already existing amongst the various players in that area. Now, there are some forces which are pulling. This is very interesting. Michael Porter, let me tell you, Michael Porter is to strategy what Grace is to anatomy. Okay, so you need to be, very clear that everyone who studies strategy is going to read Michael Porter. Everybody who practices surgery is going to read Love and Believe. Everybody who is going to, understand the market forces is going to do better when you look at the entry level. So when you are entering a market, you need to understand the existing ecosystem. So at one end, there is competitive rivalry amongst the existing system. What kind of clinics or hospitals or practices around you? Then there is going to be bargaining power of suppliers and the customers. For us, it is about what kind of access to various different services and various different medical aids and equipments you have, or the gadgets you have at the one end, and the pricing and the running cost of it. And at the other end, because see, a person who's well established in practice and has a good network with the suppliers, etc., is always getting better rates, and that's why they can compete better in the market as compared to others. So the price that a person who has been having good network or good practice will always be lower than a person who's buying a lesser amount of those supplies. So this is a basic rule of any industry. Healthcare is also the similar thing. So the cost per per implant, or a cost per it can be even medicines and surgical material, changes with individuals to individuals depending upon what is the bargaining power of the suppliers that are supplying it. Bargaining power of the customers, what kind of people you are dealing with, what kind of geography you are in, what kind of socioeconomic status you are targeting. That also decides on what kind of practice or pricing power you have in the industry. Now, besides that, there is always going to be some threat of substitutes or threat of new entrants, meaning there will always be someone, like for example, for a person who is extremely good colorectal surgeon, he may still have XYZ Piles clinic, which is coming from Ayurveda or any other pathi, or it may be just a quack, and that substitute may be much cheaper and coming across, and he may still, or she may still take away a good set of patients from you. Besides that, there are always going to be another set of surgeons or another hospital coming in nearby, which is going to be acting as a threat of new entrants. So when you're entering into an ecosystem, you need to realize that what kind of practice you're developing and how you're going in. Now, let me tell you another management principle, that at one end, the number of firms decide the pure competition status. The more the number of firms, more is the competition. Less the number of firms, it is more like a monopoly. And at the other end, the market control is much more superior, or the practice is much more bigger, the footfall of the patient much more bigger if there are lesser number of players in the area as compared to more number of players. So at the end of it, it boils down to very one fact, that we need to understand that what strategy are we working at. Are we working at a red ocean strategy where there is a huge amount of competition in an existing market, or we are working at a blue ocean strategy where there is a newer geography or a newer service or a newer surgery, newer subspecialty where the competition is much less. So, for example, a super specialist, an endocrinologist entering into a smaller town, B town or C town, will have more of a blue ocean strategy where there are hardly any or none in that city or a town, versus a person who's entering in a larger metropolitan city where every hospital has got so many different, so many more number of people there. So here you need to work on competitive strategy. You need to look at what is the existing demand, and then you need to create a trade-off and value for your practice. So I'm going to come to those principles a little from now. So basically, at the beginning, I'm talking about the introduction of your practice, or when you're expanding and planning to have another clinic anywhere else. So how you look at these two things, that is red ocean and blue ocean strategy. Now let me come to another strategy, which is a basic tenement, which again comes from Michael Porter's. And here at one end, when you're starting off, you define that what kind of customer segments are you targeting. Whether you want to create your image as a core competency, as a cost leadership, that means I am going to be one of the most cost effective in the area, so that you are trying to eat up the existing market and thinking, okay, I'm going to give you cheaper than the next hospital, so you have to come to me, and that is going to be beneficial for you. That has been a plan for n number of people. Or there can be a differentiated market, meaning that I am different and I'm giving my valued services, which is actually having some differentiating factor from the cost leadership. Whether it comes to the quality of service, whether it comes to the quality of care, whether it comes to the infrastructure, whether it comes to the patient's perception, or the patient experience, or all those factors which leads to a better patient satisfaction and experience will give value to your practice. So the patient feels that, okay, this is what I want to. It's like if you're going and watching a movie at Netflix versus going and watching a movie at a theater, 4DX and with a nice surround sound system with all those gamut. So there is going to be, it's the same movie, but it has got so many more. But you don't mind paying for that because you don't mind spending that money on that experience. But again, then it boils down to at what level of the pyramid are you working? At the base of the pyramid with the lower socioeconomic status, where there is a large number of patients, but the cost has to be, or you are at the top of the pyramid where the patients have got ability to pay whatever they want for, but they want some little extra services or facilities or some safety features which you can counsel them to choose, for which they are ready to pay a higher price. So that is cost differentiation versus cost leadership. Sometimes you need to have a focused practice that, okay, I'm going to be focusing only on this set of patients. I am not interested beyond this or below this. So that's, again, a focused practice or a focused specialty. Last but not the least, there is a concept called stuck in the middle. If you have not planned things in such a way that if you are, let's put it this way, that sometimes you want to play cost leadership, sometimes you want to play differentiation, then you get stuck in the middle. And this is not the place which you want to be ideally. हम सोचते हैं कि हमने सारे option दिए. It's a cafeteria approach. It may work in some setups. It may work in larger hospitals in those infrastructure where the footfall has to be increased. But for a smaller practice, it may be a problem because every patient wants to choose that. Now, in that, there are some different tricks that people play. For example, there is a pricing strategy that you choose. The pricing strategy, meaning how do you position the prices in a hospital of different rooms, that also makes a difference. Now, some interesting thing in the pricing strategy is also a concept. Let me explain one interesting concept here. That is called as decoy pricing. Okay, decoy pricing strategy is like that popcorn thing in the mall where you suddenly go to the movie theater and you see that a small popcorn is, say, for 100 rupees. A popcorn which is much larger is for 200 rupees. And there is much more larger popcorn which is just for 250. So you feel, okay, this 251 is better instead of going for 200. So that 200 wala was kept purely as a decoy. They are not intending to sell it. They only want to make that 250 price popcorn as a more attractive offer. Meaning the decoy pricing strategy in healthcare has also been used forever for different types of room categories and different types of services. And that is something which is an interesting concept where people are trying to play cost leadership and differentiation and staying in the middle. They still play this game. Now, I know this is getting a little, basic and simple, but now let me take you to a little higher level. Now, once you've started practice and once you have structured your practice, then it brings to how do we enhance the profitability? Let's go back to that curve. So initially you are in the early phase, then you are in growth phase, and then there is a time where you're in plateau and then you're going to decline. So if you are not creating strategies in the plateau phase, or in your growth phase, in a way, you will not have a faster growth and you will not have a plateau for a long sustain and you'll start falling down. So you need to start using tricks which will help you in your practice to enhance this profitability there. And that is those things that we're going to talk of now. So there is something called as economies of scale and scope. Now, what is that economies of scale and economies of scope? Economies of scale means you're expanding the same activity in a larger scale, meaning the same service that you're giving, you're just looking at increasing number of patients for that particular service, and you're trying to bring down, sometimes is by cost leadership, the cost, but overall you're trying to make, say, for example, very beautifully in the earlier talk we heard that it is not just about the numbers, but how you're handling your money and how your cash flow management is taken care of. So if there is profit made, say if you're making 10% profit in a particular action, or maybe let's say that if you're doing one case versus you're doing 50 case, and the requirement for your fixed cost is the same, but variable cost is is what is only going to get affected, then you'll still make much more profit when the scale increases. Vice versa, economies of scope, meaning diversification. The same set of patients who are coming to you, who are using a particular service, you may want to have more scope, meaning you can do backward integration that is provided with the investigation and the lab services, or a rehabilitation like a physiotherapy and the follow-up care. In an orthopedic setup, you may have your own diagnostic infrastructure in your inbuilt setup, which will give you economies of scope. All your patients who are anyway coming for your treatment need the investigation. Now the investigation is also in-house, so that you make more, like in a gynecologist, having a sonography in-house will help us to make a little more extra profit out of the same patients, because what will happen here is this, that now you do not lose that money, but you are enhancing the income from the patient. So that is economies of scope. So we all know that, but we need to keep thinking all the time that what is more to add and how we can do other things, which can be in marketing jargon called as either a forward integration or a backward integration or a lateral integration. So that will help us when we talk about that. But when we are doing these economies of scale and scope, let me talk about these two terminologies, that is efficiency and efficacy. Now, these sounds very similar. Okay, we think that these are the same terminologies. Frankly, they are not the same. So when we talk about efficiency and efficacy, the difference is efficiency is more to do with the process and efficacy is more to do with the outcome. Efficiency is those SOPs and the standard protocols that we create in the hospital for making our practice safe and also error-free, but at the same time, the well-oiled machinery which will help us to make it cheaper and cost-effective so that it gives us higher profitability. Whereas efficacy is the outcome of the patient, that at the end, what is the patient outcome which is coming? So sometimes some people are so focused on the process and protocol that they fail to understand that all these things are good for management perspective, but the patient is not coming out satisfied. The patient is still unhappy. Okay, so what is the use of that efficiency when the efficacy is not there, when the patient satisfaction is not there? At the other end, I don't know, पता नहीं क्या हुआ, लेकिन treatment एकदम मस्त हुआ, patient outcome अच्छा हो गया. और कौन सा protocol use किया था, क्या किया था, यार मैंने तो सब मसाले दे दिया, I gave everything and again. So that is also not correct, because you may not be able to replicate your success if you're only focusing on the outcome and not understanding the efficiency. So a smart healthcare organization needs to create a balance between the efficiency and the efficacy. Meaning, not only are you going to create those standard set of protocols and processes which are going to help you in your practice to, kind of enhance and repeatedly give the same success rate, but at the same time, the focus should be on patient centricity and outcome of the patient. And when I say patient centricity, it's not just about satisfaction in verbal or physical satisfaction perspective, but also from outcome perspective, as in health perspective. So for example, if you're looking at having a better protocol for a faster recovery for a patient in an orthopedic practice, you need to look at that. Okay, these are the things which will help us give a better outcome. Post-surgical infection control systems that you want, meaning you do not want an infection to happen. So your infection control system standards should be so good so that the outcome, that is, there is no infection, wound infection, gaping, or follow-up problems that get created. So it has to run hand in hand. So that's one of the primary things which will help you, because at the end of the day, that is going to help us enhance the outcome. Now, a little bit more jargon about, when you go for economies of scale, when you enhance your practice and increase your practice and grow your practice, you start focusing on operational effectiveness. That is where the efficiency concept comes in, that you start focusing a lot on operational. Okay, so same process I'm repeating again and again. So why not create a kind of a operationally effective protocol which will help in assimilating, attaining, and extending the best practices? Now, this is right, and this is what the NHS has been doing. This is what the various different tertiary care hospitals have been trying all the time. So they are trying to do things better and better, and they are trying to validate whatever steps they are doing and executing that and repeating that. But mind you, when we look at the larger role in the practice, this operational effectiveness is not going to be the same as strategic positioning, meaning where you're creating a unique value proposition. So here you're doing things a little differently from your competitors. And here, this calls for making choices and making those strategic fits and making those, trade-offs. I'm coming to the trade-offs and strategic fits. But before that, I want you to understand that operational effectiveness is actually not equal to strategic planning or strategic positioning. You know why? Because whatever you are doing, whatever protocols you are following, whatever safe steps you're taking, another hospital also is going to do it. Another doctor also is expected to do it. They are expected because you've created a benchmark and they have to catch up with it. And they are going to do and replicate the same thing. So sooner or later, the competitive convergence is going to happen. Means somebody is going to reach up to that point where they're going to match up with your efficiency levels and outcome levels. Now, meaning when you are having a practice running, you not only have to be operationally effective and better in this, but also keep on thinking about what unique value proposition you can still add to your existing practice. So, for example, if I'm doing a thing like a delivery, So in my delivery package, not only I have to create a safe protocols and standardized protocols to reduce errors and omission and reduce risk of PPH and reduce risk of complication and reduce the rate of cesarean section, but at the same time, I have to do some value proposition and give them some value added services, whether it is prenatal care, whether it is natural birthing classes, whether it is postnatal recovery, whatever. So I have to keep on adding those value propositions to make it a little more interesting and little more satisfying for the patient to choose an organization and a hospital over the other, because it's not just because everybody wants to do the same safety measures. So where is that extra unique value proposition? So this you have to understand. So in simple words, operational effective, that is better, faster, and cheaper. The approach which makes us do better for the patient, and not only that, it also helps in increasing the number of patient flow, which in turn turns out to be cheaper for us, thereby higher profit. This with appropriate strategy of creating those differentiating satisfactory factors will maximize our profitability and reach us to higher productivity frontier. Now, productivity frontier is a very interesting curve. I'm not going to get in that jargon today, but our whole agenda is that we need to make more profitability from our existing systems, and that's increasing with our productivity frontier. Now, this leads to a successful healthcare organization, right? So now we have understood these concepts. Now let's talk a little bit about strategic positioning and trade-offs and fits. Now, why it is important to create that competitive advantage. Okay, now once we establish the position that we have chosen, our core competency, whether we want to be cost leadership or differentiated practice, we need to identify what differentiates us from our competition. Why is the patient choosing me? Or why is the patient choosing my hospital? Or why is the patient choosing my services over the others? We need to identify that. And that is our differentiating factor or the core competency. This comes from your patient feedback form. This comes from your, primary original intended strategy, where you are looking at, this is the purpose I want to achieve. Once you've reached that, you need to sustain it. Because if you do not sustain these differentiating factors, people are going to catch up and people are going to imitate what you're doing. And then once you reach that point, you need to strengthen it with trade-offs, meaning there are some things which, because you are in the practice for a long time, only you can do it. Others may not be in a position to do it. Say, for example, I can give a free prenatal classes, but a physiotherapist or a pregnancy educator cannot afford to give a free prenatal classes. Why? Because their income comes from that. But for me, it is not going to be a source of income. It is not a source of revenue. It is just a source of differentiating factor. So I'm happier to try to subsidize that activity. Last but not the least, we need to focus on our USPs and upper selling points, and then we need to work on that. So our USPs help us create those trade-offs. So when we talk about strategic positioning, we need to decide that what is our strategy, unique activities which are different from others and which gives a value-based proposition. Meaning, when we look at pricing strategy, what happens is that there is a mindset that a person has. So this is the cost of your service, okay? And this is the price that you have kept, okay? Now, this is the kind of margin that you really want to have it. But when the patient takes it, you may do a little skimming, you may price something and then say, okay, this is the kind of discount I'm giving or whatever. But the patient has to feel that the value of the price is way higher than the service, and it is at this level. Only then the patient wants to buy it at this level or this level. So this is actually a strategy which helps us to position ourselves in that our value is much more than what we are doing. Also the need-based, if any patient is walking to you, what are the various needs of that patient? And that's how we are trying to help them. And that's how, say, for example, a patient walking into a woman in childcare can have all different services which are related to that. And besides, since it is the same footfall, they can also look at the other services. But there is another concept called as access-based. So a tertiary care hospital where there is anyway hundreds and hundreds of people walking in for with the mindset of healthcare is the place where you start your practice. So that is an access-based, because you have an access to so many more number of patients, and that takes away the early establishment period if the competition is less. But if the competition is high and if your competitors are very much higher in starting positioning, then it may be more difficult for you to enter into the same access-based setup. So whether you are choosing to join a tertiary care hospital as an individual who wants to develop your practice there and the brand value, or whether you want to do it separately and independently and create a infrastructure where there are patients coming with multiple footfalls and giving them multiple services, it all are the components of your strategic positioning. Now, there's an interesting matrix which has been used in management principle, and that's called as Ansough's matrix. Now, this is very interesting. So you have an existing specialty and existing product, and you have an existing set of patient load, and now you want to enhance your practice, and that is economies of scale. That's called as market penetration, more and more work of the same thing. Suppose if you are having the existing set of patient load and you are introducing a new service in the hospital, so that is a new product in the existing market, that is existing patients, and that is called as a newer service development. The management people call it as a newer product, existing market. Now here the risk may be a little more because you're introducing something new and you have to invest in those services and time, efforts, money, and training. Suppose if the same existing service that you have, the same specialty, the same, and you're just replicating into a newer geography or a newer same services you're opening in another a branch of your services in another place, another location. It is existing products in newer market. The risk is little less. Why? Because you are already knowing the whole infrastructure and the amount of efforts that is required in training and creating protocols and creating logistics is much, much, much lesser. Except for you have to keep in mind that whether it is the same set of mindset of patients or population that you're targeting or not. But if you diversify and you start a totally new practice and a new service, for example, a urologist decides that, okay, I want to start a center for cosmetology. It's not going to be easy. But if a gynecologist decides that I want to start a center for cosmetology, it is going to be still easier. Or if an orthopedic surgeon thinks that, okay, I want to start a dental clinic, it may be a little, a totally diversified approach. But if a ENT surgeon has a dental clinic, there might be a little bit of overlap and diversification is not as risky. So we need to start looking at these diversification factors. Now, this also comes from the fact that what is the felt need of your patients. So when you look at your patient load and when you look at your patient target audience, you realize that whether you can provide them a newer products or whether you want to take the risk of diversification. So the highest risk of investment is in the diversification of newer services in newer locations. Okay. So that is where you need to start looking at how you want to cut down. So that's called a strategic positioning. Now let's talk about a trade-off. Now trade-off meaning that your strategic position cannot sustain unless you have created some trade-offs, which are some things which only you can do and other cannot copy. So for example, if you want to invest, let's say a neurologist decides to invest in an MRI center, which is so costly, versus a gynecologist deciding to invest in an MRI center. So that is really not, but a neurologist or a neurosurgery center or an onco center, for them, these services are just a trade-off. They can afford to invest in that, and yet they can make much better outcome. But add to that in some situation, you do not want those services in that particular setup. So for example, an orthopedic surgeon would never want to have other surgeon, general surgeon, colorectal surgeon in a setup because of the infection risk of the implants. So that is a trade-off that the person is going to have. So even if he has a surgery which is possible in his setup, but he will not allow it, that's a loss he's ready to make because he wants to enhance his outcomes of orthopedic surgery. So that's called as trade-off. This has to be constantly thought in our mind. Sometimes we may have to lose some patients as a mindset. There are some patients who will be very demanding and they'll be asking for much more different services than what you are offering them. So that becomes a trade-off. Then you have to say, okay, this is not what we do. So in Mumbai, there was a long time where a lot of our hospitals had decided not to give cashless services. And that was a trade-off because we made losses by not giving cashless services as compared to those who were giving. But then by doing that, you had the power to ask differential charge and not stick to the lower budget, which was proposed and offered by the insurance companies as making you a PPN. So preferred provider network, so that a lower budget. So your pricing strategy was that I'm charging higher because of my better services or better quality was a perception that was created. And that's why I'm not offering these services at such a lower cost. And that's why the profitability was maintained. So the loss which was incurred by not getting those patients were taken care by improving the services and the facilities and the patient's ability to pay for higher charges. So that's called as a trade-off. So sometimes people take those trade-offs very seriously and they have to think. Now, when we're talking about these kind of concepts of trade-offs, there is another big interesting concept I want you to understand. And that is the concept of Boston Consulting Group, that is BCG matrix. Now you have multiple services running in your hospital. So many times you have heard, like for example, once Bhatia Hospital, I had heard that suddenly they had decided to stop the services of obstetrics. And why was that done? So what? Because they chose to start off an expansion plan for their gastroenterology and joint replacement and oncology and cardiology, and they needed more space for that particular services, which was much more higher performing and much more higher returns. So it was accepted that okay, the obstetric services will have to go because which is not giving them that much revenue. So this is something which you keep on thinking in your practice, that what is the service where you want to give for put in your time, efforts, energy, and money. And that tells us this BCG matrix tells us that. So there are some services in your infrastructure or practice which are star performers, where there is huge market share you already have, like the GI services and the endoscopy services that Bhatia Hospital had, and market growth is also there, huge potential for that, versus another service where your market share is very, very low, but yet there is a huge potential to grow. So you want to look at those services. Okay, this is a service which I want to start off in my place, my hospital, which actually I am not there at all and I'm not known for it. And I want to develop that services and make it into a star, which is high return and high yielding. But there are some services which are cash cow. Cash cow meaning the market share for it is very huge, but there is no scope for any more growth. Like for example, many people think that obstetrics is something like that, where it's a slow chalta rahega. Lekin abhi incidence and growth of a population is going to be more or less stagnant. So there is no point in joining that services. Versus let's go for lifestyle diseases, because that is something which is the star or the question mark, which is going to become a star, something like that. But there are some things which you do purely for passion, which is not giving you any income and which is not giving you that kind of money. For example, having a 4D ultrasound machine in a small nursing home is not going to generate the revenue for you, but you need to have it because you want to have it. So it is more about your pet dog, where you are spending money and you're not expecting anything in return, and you're doing it. And the whole idea is this, that whenever there is cost cutting needed, okay, whenever the cost cutting is needed, the first one to go is the dog, because it is not going to give you anything out. The second one, you have to decide whether you want to invest that money in the question mark, which will become a star, or the cash cow, which will never become a star. Okay, so you have to keep thinking about the services that you have in your practice and think about how you want to go about it and decide. So this is all the economics that are happening, or the issues that are happening when you are at the stage in your growth earlier, the growth phase and the plateau phase. Now, when you are in the plateau phase and reasonably reached a good growth, these are the factors which you have to keep on doing to get a competitive advantage. Now, let us try to talk a little more about the strategic fit and how you can create that strategic fit. Now, when you're talking about strategic fit, there are three components: the first order fit, the second order fit, and the third order fit. First order fit is simple consistency of the services, where there are two services and दोनों साथ में काम कर रहे हैं और उसकी वजह से reliability है, एक services यहाँ पर है और वो दोनों साथ में है, that's why we are doing good. Second is one activity is reinforcing the other activity. For example, let's put it there, an orthopedic surgeon having their activity with a good physiotherapy setup around is going to reinforce the activity. A gynecologist will be very happy to have a well baby clinic or a pediatrician, which will reinforce the activity. There's a second order fit. But there is a higher third order fit, meaning an extremely high level of neonatal intensive care unit and high risk obstetrics. If there is a good load of high risk, they are going to generate income for the extremely complicated ICU cases, and extreme care for high risk premature babies can help you to have higher risk, pregnancies for deliveries. Vice versa, if there is a surgical setup, high risk surgeries or high end surgeries, unless there is a good ICU setup to support a surgical ICU to that, it is not going to give us a better outcome, because surgery is just a step. The post operative care is also extremely important. So we need to have that high order fit, which is going to help improve the outcome. So you need to keep thinking that what kind of services will help us to reach this high order fit, which gives the differentiating factor to that particular setup. So a hospital which has got transplant services, unless they have extremely high level of infection control system or infection control management system, an extremely high level of post-operative care, and the robust medical legal system, only then they can create that infrastructure for good transplant services. Otherwise, it's of no value to a setup which doesn't have a good post-operative care or a good ICU after that. So we need to have a first order fit where they interact with each other, a second where they reinforce each other, the services, and the third where they complement the growth of each other. So this is the kind of strategic fit. The higher the order of fit, the more differentiating factor that you have in your practice. So to summarize, towards in the last 5-10 minutes of my talk, I was allotted 45 minutes. So in the last 5 to 7 minutes that I have left, so what's strategy again? Strategy is defining and communicating your company's unique position, making those trade-offs which will make you unique and paying a price for it which others can't, and creating a fit amongst the activities within your organizations which help you to get that differentiating factor and the uniqueness in the first place. Now that is what strategy is going to be talking about. So you need to create this and keep thinking about, only then will you get this competitive advantage. And that is, you need to have some kind of distancing between you and the others, because others are always going to catch up. So there is something called as a catch up, or something called as a competitive convergence. Okay, there's something called as competitive convergence. When we talk about competitive convergence, others are going to catch up with whatever special or differentiating factors you have done. So either by imitation straddling or by imitation repositioning, meaning whatever you're doing, they are going to copy paste that model and that kind of system that you're doing. Or it can be repositioning themselves, meaning they will leave whatever they are doing and they will start following what you're doing, because they realize that that's what you're doing is giving them a good profitability. So in corporate world, this is a very known phenomena, and so is in the healthcare. So if you want to have this competitive advantage, you need to identify a strategic position, create those trade-offs which others can't because of your unique position, have high order strategic fit in amongst your services that you're offering in your system, then work on your economies of scale and scope to enhance your profitability. That is the basic gist of creating the competitive advantage. Because if you're not making the profit, there's no advantage, and there is no way that you can create this strategic fit or the trade-off. So you need to ultimately create all these journey to reach that level. And if you have the higher investment power, only then can you do all these things. Now, a last word about benchmarking. I always say in the healthcare setup, either you evolve or perish. Because if you're not continuously improving and enhancing your services and what we call as the organizational effectiveness and adding some uniqueness to whatever you're doing, you are pushing yourself back. And here you're always going to fall victim and a target of competitive convergence, and you will never be increasing. So again, I'm going back to that graph where once you reach the plateau, if you do not create this benchmarking again and again, you will not grow, you will fall down, and the profitability is going to fall down. Okay, so I was wanting to give an example of social media. Let's not waste time on that, maybe some other platform and some other time. But I'm going to wrap up with those catalysts which work in our existing system, which help us to enhance our strategies. So there are different types of intelligence, and I love to say that we need to focus on all the 5 types of quotients. That is intelligent quotient, that is enhancing our knowledge. Unless we are greater and greater in our knowledge, so importance of continuously growing our knowledge that we are doing. EQ, our ability for patient interaction and communication and behavioral intelligence, that is very important, that is BQ. SQ is our ethics. Ethics is permanent, Jugaad is temporary. It is expected that we follow all the 4 pillars of ethics as a practicing doctor. If we do not follow them, it is going to really affect them. By 4 pillars, I mean, we all know that I'm not going to waste my time on individual discussion on that. But yes, we know that we have to understand autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and justice. These are the pillars of ethics that we need to follow in our day-to-day, everyday practice. And last but not the least is the adaptability quotient. We need to keep adapting, create newer benchmarks, create newer uniqueness, and only then we'll be able to survive and do better. Now, having said that, let me focus a little bit on emotional intelligence. That is, how do you handle yourself in a difficult situation, whether it is a financial or a medical legal or an error or an omission. Interesting quote from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 15. Yam hina vyathantyate pursam pursar sabha samadukham sukham dhiram so vritatya kalpate. Meaning, Arjuna was told by Lord Krishna that unless you are not disturbed by extreme happiness and distress, so that calls for extreme changes in your market, like what is happening now, you are going to definitely be eligible for liberation. And for us, the liberation is financial freedom. So this is what I wanted to tell you, that the catalysts are technology, our IQ and EQ, and last but not the least, our adaptability quotient is something which is going to help us reach that level of success. So now going back to that graph, I'm going to overlap that graph with our financial cycles and cash flows and revenues, because that is what is one of the gist of discussion today. So when we are in the early phase of a startup, the revenue may not be much, and there is a lot of cash burn happening here, and there is definitely profit is pretty low here. As we go in the growth phase and as we start working out, we need to have opportunities to create those shakeouts and those high order fits and trade-offs and uniqueness. We have to keep doing that, so we do it for long. And then when we are going in the plateau and maturity phase, obviously our revenue is high, the cash is definitely going to be continuously being utilized to generate the revenue. But last but not the least, the profit is going to slowly fall down as we get into the decline phase. So if we do not want to get into the decline phase, we have to keep creating those unique adjustments to our practice, which will help us that. Now, there's an interesting poster which I came across on internet. I'm going to break it down as a larger sense with the same graph that I had started in the beginning, that in the initial phase of our practice, we are in the accumulation phase. That is around, early phase, we're gathering knowledge, investing in our skill set, investing in our trade, investing in our, various different subject specialties. Then ultimately, we reach a preparation phase, which is our actual age when we are generating income. And this is the time when we as an investor should peak our earning years, will need to have and create our capacity to save and also invest in the right places. At this phase, obviously, our agenda would be to develop and spend money on ourselves. But at this 35 to 60 phase, it makes sense for us to start looking at investment opportunities, to not just invest in our practice, but also outside our practice to diversify our sources of income. But later stage, we go in the retirement stage where automatically our focus is now only on securing the finances and not lining up making losses. So the objective at that time, in the beginning, it may be aggressive when we are looking at the early age, or then it may be a little moderate when we are making early, we may be more risky at the earlier age. And last but not the least, approach is conservative, where we have started estate planning. So at the beginning, our focus is to take care of our expenditure as a student. We want to buy real estate. We want to build on emergency saving. But later on, our focus is about our family and our travel plans and having a good quality life as we go ahead. Lastly, our whole focus is to take care of, maintaining the desired lifestyle. Now, this will decide our portfolio allocation. And that is what we should be learning before the end of the day, to how to appropriately discuss various different investment options at these various phases of our life, and how do we try to tackle that. With this, I would like to end my session. Thank you very much for a patient hearing. And I hope this was some interesting concepts which have stimulated you to go back and then Google and search and read about it more and more. Because every one topic which I have discussed can in itself be a whole management course. Thank you very much for patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Mukesh Gupta. It was really an enlightening session, something that I can say none of us have heard before, and it's our privilege that on this auspicious day of Christmas, you have given us such a nice Christmas gift in the form of knowledge. And strategy is where you begin and which decides the final outcome. So thank you very much once again. And it was an eye opener in the real,
Dr.
in capital
Vikram,
letters, I can say.
Dr. Vikram, I want to add that I'm a management student. This is my 20th year after passing my MBA. So I felt that I have gone to my B school. What I learned 20 years back in the management school, every single concept was coming out when he was talking about cost leadership, differentiation, the positioning and all that. So it was a wonderful Christmas morning, even for me, visiting all my B school concepts again, and that too, correlating it with medicine and medical practice. It was phenomenal.
One more input from my side. I have worked as secretary when Mukesh was president. So you all have experienced him right now only for 45 minutes. And believe me, I have been with him for one full year. All right. And we used to utilize our time traveling to AMC office. We used to always travel together and travel back. And a lot of discussions used to happen. And Mukesh was phenomenal. And even as a team, now here when he's talking about strategy, I am so inspired now to market the IT con that we are going to have. It is a phenomenal topic that we have come up with. So this is a very strategic marketing point that I have picked up, inspired by your talk, Mukesh, that in the IT con, I welcome all of you to come together, because Mukesh and I, we had conceived the AMC Soch and we had taken it forward. So we are going to take the AMC Soch one notch higher, and we are aspiring to have a single window registration for all nursing homes. It has been a dream for all of us in AMC to do it, and we've been trying for it for a lot of years. And yes, this time we are trying to make it happen. So please register for the ITCon, and Mukesh, fabulous, fabulous.
Thank you.
Fabulous.
Thank you. And I want to share one thing, when Nehal talked to me and when, President Nilima talked to me, they said, Mukesh, we want you to take a little time because 45 minutes in an AMC conference is a big time. Okay. And they said that there is something which has to come out of it that people take back home. And I'm thankful to the office bearers for giving me this chance. And I hope that, we will be able to do better in our practice with these concepts. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yes. And since,
Strict instructions have been given to all the conveners and people who are doing the programs that we are not going to have any speaker say that for dearth of time, we could not do this. So all our programs, we have seen to it that these speakers get adequate time to, hammer into everybody's heads what you are trying to say. Thank you once again.
And Mukesh, be ready to start your classes because you may get many more students who come and say that you teach us and teach us in a very concise, not what you have done of IIM Calcutta and other places. It takes a lot of time, but this 45 minutes where I would say covering all your 1 year of strategic management of IIM Calcutta, where so many things are taught and you brought it together. Proud of you, man. Thank you. Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Excellent.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
After this, very unique crash course in strategy planning, we will now move to the next topic. The next speaker is Ms. Nehal Mota. And she is the co-founder and director of Innovate, a SEBI-registered investment advisory firm. She was shortlisted amongst the 40 women entrepreneurs by Goldman Sachs and the NSR cell of IIM Bangalore for the 10K Women Entrepreneurs Program. She has over 20 years of experience across the financial services industry and has conducted more than 500 educative workshops and webinars as part of the financial literacy initiative over the last decade. And she has trained many people to successfully manage and grow their finances. I request Ms. Nehal Mota to share her views and experience and enlighten us with her expertise. Over to you, Ms. Nehal.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vikram. And once again, thank you to the entire AMC committee. It's been like a very long journey for us together, and we've been doing so many initiatives around financial literacy. So the first Fincon, whole topic was that for your business or for your practice, how finance is important. And we've been touching upon different aspects. Like today, Dr. Narendra Dedia spoke about understanding the top line, understanding the margin, the cash flow, and how much an MIS is important. Then Dr. Mukesh spoke about the strategy, that you need to understand that are you a cost leader? So are you targeting more number of patients, but less revenue per patient? And you are looking at volume and, not kind of a value versus another doctor who is looking at less number of patients, a higher value per patient, and he is looking more of a value rather than volume. So we've been touching upon many aspects of business finance. Now, one very important topic is that in case if a doctor wants to start his practice, or if he has existing practice and he wants to scale up, for everything, money is very important. So how can doctors raise money? What are the different options? What do you mean by debt financing? What do you mean by equity financing? And today, I'll be like very briefly talking about what are the options to raise finance, which is a better option. And I have a team of bankers who will be joining me, who will be talking about, how easy it is for a doctor to raise money from the bank. What are the kind of documents which are needed? and what is the kind of rate of interest. So the bankers will give their perspective, because every bank has a preferred vertical for doctors. Okay, so we have like a couple of bankers joining us today to answer questions from the bank's perspective. So going on, how can the medical entrepreneurs, as I call them, go about raising finance? So I'll say there are two sources of financing. One is a debt and the other is a equity. Debt, like we all know, that we take a fixed sum of money or we borrow money from someone. We have an obligation to return the money which we are borrowing because it is debt, and we pay interest on that money. Okay, the equity is that they like the practice which we are doing. We dilute certain stake and the money comes in the form of equity. We are not liable to pay the capital because this is equity. What the person who is putting in that equity gets, he gets returns instead of a fixed interest, and he gets returns in the form of shares in the profit which you make in your practice going forward. So there are two sources, one is debt and the other is equity. And the capital sources, either you can raise money from private, like friends, family, closed private equity, or you can go to a public with an IPO and you can raise money. IPO may sound, too big for any small and medium-sized hospitals, but let me tell you that right now there is a BSE SME exchange where even smaller companies or smaller hospitals can go ahead and raise money. So today's presentation is to discuss all possible options and possibilities. Can we go to the next slide? Okay, so I'll just say that hierarchy of fundraise. If some doctor is wanting to start his practice, or if he's also looking at scaling his practice, the first best option which he should explore is debt financing. And in debt financing, the first step is that you have your own money. You borrow it from friends and family, like your parents chip in a certain amount of money or capital for you to start your practice. The second best option is going to banks and financial institutions. And like I have the bankers joining me, they'll tell you that how simple it is for a doctor to actually raise money from a bank just basis his degree certificate, some basic documentation. There are also government agencies and funding grants which are available to medical entrepreneurs right now. Many of us don't know about this. And the last in the debt is the specialized venture debt. This category, not many people know, but now there are venture debt funds, which will look at the kind of revenue your hospital is generating, the kind of cash flow your hospital is generating. And if they feel that you can service the interest and you can repay the debt, instead of equity, they also give you debt capital. Okay, so these are all the options which you have in debt. When you look at equity, either you put in your own money and you start the practice. Second in equity also is that you tell your friends and family that I'll give you 10% share or 20% share of my practice, and you give me equity capital. So they give you money, not debt, but equity. So you let go of certain share of your practice. So in case tomorrow, after 3 years or 5 years or 10 years, your practice is profitable, they take a share out of that profits. Okay, so instead of any obligation on your part to return the capital, or instead of giving any fixed interest, you actually, in future, if you make profits, they become a part of the profits. So it is like letting go of the ownership. But initially, when you're looking at growing the practice, you don't have any burden of paying EMIs, any fixed interest, or you're not in the pressure of returning that capital at a fixed interval of time. You have the freedom to practice the way you want to practice, because this is not debt and it is equity capital. The next is angel funds or venture capital. So today we will focus more on the banks and financial institutions. And in case if there is some hospital which is trying to scale up, how they can go to a venture fund or an angel fund, and how they can raise money, because right now this whole startup ecosystem in India is picking up and healthcare is attracting a lot of money. There are specialized angel funds which are only funding the healthcare industry, like the number of patients to bed ratio and the number of patients to doctor ratio is very low in India. And it is said that we need about 80,000 more hospitals across India to be set up to be able to handle the volume which is expected in the next decade. And so government is also looking at coming up with specialized funds or attract money for the healthcare space. So we will talk about that in case if you have a small nursing home, maybe 30 beds or 50 beds, and you want to scale it to 100, 150, then apart from your own money or apart from debt, through a small venture fund or an angel fund, can you actually raise money? Can a couple of the doctors come together, form a small angel fund and actually fund their own practice? We will talk about, what are the steps and how you can do that. So moving ahead, can we go to the next slide? So I'll say the debt from the banks and financial institutions. So as a doctor, you have two options. One is unsecured. Because you're a doctor, you have a degree, you are practicing. Only basis of degree, you can get a business loan or you can get a personal loan. And also, an education loan where no collateral, no paperwork is needed. It's just that your KYC and your, certificate as a doctor, and you get unsecured funding from banks and financial institutions. So, and the second aspect is secured. Like you would have your home or your parents would have a home. You can actually raise money against that collateral or against that home at a very low rate of interest, and you can use that money to actually set up your practice. So in secured category, you have commercial loan. You want to build a hospital or buy a hospital. So the hospital premises itself can become a collateral for the bank, and they can give you money to actually build that hospital. So it is commercial loan. It is loan against property. The equipments in the hospital, all of it can be funded via loan. And last but not the least, in case if you have you want to build a hospital which requires a capital of more than 20-30 crores, then there is something called as a project financing. You come up with a proper project report, a business plan. There is a technical analysis, there is a feasibility analysis, and then the bank decides to fund the entire hospital through all the means which I have mentioned here. So some of it may come as business loan, some of it may come as personal loan, some will be commercial, some will be equipment, so all options they can explore in project financing, and they can actually help you fund your entire project of hospital. So with this, I would just want to invite the bankers, Nikita and Nimit, if you can just join me and share your thoughts as to how can a doctor go about raising funds from the banks, and what is the kind of paperwork needed or collateral needed, ITRs and all. So can I have the unsecured team to come and just talk about this? Nikita and Nimit, I hope you all are there.
Yes, yes. So yeah, I'm very much there. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nikita, and we are from ICICI Bank, and we are from the unsecured team. So yeah, so I represent the education loan space of the unsecured team, in which this is a very beneficial for those people who are looking forward for a tax beneficials. Now, many a times as a doctors, understanding financial terms is going to be very difficult. So one of the there are different sections in which you can file your taxes. So in concerns with education loan, so education loan can be given as a secured loan also, it can be given unsecured also. We can fund it to the Indian institution also, as well as we can fund it to the international universities as well. So be it a 10 lakh loan required or be it be a 50 lakh loan required, we can go up till 50 lakhs unsecured loan. Now, how it is a tax beneficial product? It's a tax beneficial because whatever interest that is being paid round the year, you can file the taxes under section 80E. So every different types of capping of section has different tax beneficials. So if you take a home loan, there is a different tax beneficial available for a home loan. There's a different tax beneficial available if you're taking an insurance. There's a different tax beneficial available if you're taking certain types of fees. So everything has a capping limit. Whereas if you are taking an education loan, you can file your taxes 100%. So round the year, if you're paying a 3 lakh interest, you can claim 3 lakh against, you can redeem under section 80E. One of the biggest beneficial of an education loan with ICICI Bank, it's a tax saving beneficial product. How it is a tax saving beneficial? Because we have two types of repayments. One is interest plus EMI or there is direct EMI. So if I'm talking about interest plus EMI, so during the study moratorium period, so now moratorium period means like, during the time the student is going to study, or you yourself looking for funding for your enhancement of skills, you can take loan from ICICI Bank against education, wherein you're only making the interest portion payment. Whatever disbursal value is there, in that you can make an interest portion payment and you can claim your taxes. So for example, if it is a year's program, in a year, so 12 plus 6 months moratorium we give additional. So 18 months you only make an interest portion payment, and 19th month onwards your EMI starts. There are different types of repayments, whereas some customers would say, no, we are looking for direct EMI. What is direct EMI? Direct EMI is you are directly making the principal portion payments. So if you have taken a 12 lakh loan, you are making your interest plus your principal value, that is your EMI. So these are the two types of repayment wherein you can save a tax under Section 80E. Second benefit of taking an education loan is this is specifically for those who are looking for overseas education. Any fund that is going more than 7,50,000 abroad per PAN card, RBI charges 5% TCS. What is TCS? TCS is tax collected at source. So if I'm sending my own funds abroad, of course, and the fees is almost going to be 10 lakhs, 11 lakhs, or it is going to be more than 12 lakhs. So if I'm sending my own funds abroad, I'm charged 5%. Whereas I'm availing an education loan, I would be charged 0.5%. This is called the tax collected at source. At ICICI Bank, we can fund up till 50 lakhs unsecured loan. Now, how 50 lakhs? 50 lakhs unsecured loan depends upon the university you have applied to, the course you are looking forward to. On basis of that, we can give you up till 50 lakhs. Of course, if the cost of education is 20 lakh, 30 lakhs, then we cannot fund you above to that. What all an education loan covers? Education loan covers your tuition cost, it covers your living cost, it covers your travel cost. So keeping all these parameters in mind, we come up to a, on the future value income, and as per that, we can give you funding up till 50 lakhs unsecured loan. Documentation which is required is very much basic, like normal KYCs we will require. If a salaried person is there, then we will require salary slips, Form 16, Part A, Part B, and we will require the bankings. If you are a self-employed, then we will require a 2 years ITR. We will require a current account statement and a savings account statement. So we do have a team wherein, we can assist you from end-to-end services. And education loan is not only it. After to that, we can also assist you for an outward remittance. We can also assist you for Forex related services. So there are many doctors who go abroad for their enhancement of skills. So if you are enhancing your skills and if you look for any of this sort, we can assist you from end-to-end services. The repayment period is up till 12 years. So if I'm talking about secured loan can be for 12 years and unsecured loan is for 10 years. Now, what is the difference between an unsecured loan and a secured loan? Unsecured loan is basically and fully structured on the finances that you hold, be it you be self-employed or be it be you a salaried. Now, if I am a working professional having a 2+ year of experience, myself going for an enhancement of my skill, can you fund the program? Yes. Very well, we can fund that program wherein you yourself can be a financial supporter to your loan. This is one scenario. Second scenario is what is secured loan. So secured loan comes under security. If you are talking about security, there are three types of liquid funds which we consider under education loan. One is a fixed deposits. So if you hold a fixed deposit with ICICI Bank, or if you're looking forward to have an education loan against fixed deposit, you can make a fixed deposit with an ICICI Bank and we can give you an education loan against that. Second, if you have a running home loan going on with ICICI Bank, so we can cross-link that property if the valuation fits into it, and accordingly we can give you funding against home loan. It will be a very well education loan And you can file your taxes under two sections, wherein you can file taxes for home loan also. You can file and tax for education loan as well. Third is a fresh property. So I'm eligible for 50 lakhs, but my cost of education is 70 lakhs. So 50 lakhs we can cover under unsecured loan on the basis of your finances. And 20 lakhs if you say, I want to mortgage my property. So we can mortgage your property, of course, if it is a mortgage free from any other institution. अगर वो प्रॉपर्टी कोई अदर इंस्टीट्यूशन में मॉर्गेज हुआ होगा ना, then we cannot consider. So these are the three different types of security which we accept. Can we give against security against shares? No. For an education loan, we cannot do it against shares. We cannot do it against bonds.
Nikita, I guess the technical aspects, is okay. What we wanted to understand that, what are the funding options for a doctor? So I guess in the unsecured category, in case if you want to go for your own skill enhancement, then banks have a lot of option in terms of education loan. It is good for you because you get an additional tax benefit. The entire interest which you pay on that loan is deducted from your taxable income, is what I understood from whatever you said. And because of which your tax liability comes down. And like you said, this loans are at an interest of 11%, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, so the rate of interest starts from 9.85, ma'am,
okay,
and it
so
goes
I
up
guess,
till 12.
9 to 10% rate of interest. And if I get a tax benefit, if 33%, of my taxation comes down, the net interest to me is less than 6-7%. So it is
absolutely correct.
It is a very good source for me to get money for my skill upgradation, but at a very nominal interest because of whatever tax benefit I'm getting. And I have seen a lot of doctor kids are actually going abroad to study, or if they're studying in India, generally they sell their assets to actually fund their education. I feel instead of selling their assets, the best way is to take an education loan, because most of the doctors are in the highest tax bracket. So for them taking that loan, getting that tax benefit on the interest, the money which they're getting is less than 6-7% of interest. So it makes sense to actually take that money and fund the education and not break your assets or investments, because your investments would be generating 14-15%. Whereas here you're paying an interest which is less than 6-7%. So there is a big arbitrage. So thanks, to make us understand that instead of selling your assets, you should opt for an education loan. And in case if you want to upskill yourself, it is the best to actually opt for education loan and go for upskilling, because it is also tax benefit apart from, like Dr. Mukesh said, that you have to constantly upskill to keep your practice, in the growth phase and not let it decline. Now going ahead, we spoke about education. Can we know what are the business loan options for doctors or personal loan? If the doctor does not have a very strong ITR or he does not have a collateral, he's just like wanting to set up practice. So can he actually raise money and start somewhere? What is the amount of money which the bank can give him? Someone from the unsecured team, if you all can take these questions.
Good morning, ma'am. This is Kamrun.
Hi, Kamrun.
I take care. Good morning. Hi, ma'am. Basically, this business loan criteria for doctor category, especially, which we have designed on the basis of the degree, and the doctor who is willing to, get the funds at a very short span of time. Because in mortgage, if we talk about, for on the basis of the collateral, it takes time. Wherein if a doctor requires the funds within a small patch of time, say about 48 hours or 36 hours, so here the business loan he can opt for, and we can help him out with a minimum loan amount of 5 lakhs and a maximum loan amount of 75 lakhs. So here the tenure would be as per his requirement. If he wants to go with a 12 months tenure or maximum 60 months tenure is what we give to the doctor category. And the rate of interest here is 10.25% reducing, with a very less processing fees of 4,999, which we have. And this criteria is only designed for a specially doctor category.
So what I understand, that if anybody has just a certificate that he's a doctor, okay, and would an MBBS be okay, or it is for like MD and above or some criteria like that?
Yeah, absolutely, ma'am. Here for MBBS, especially for MBBS, then BHMS, we can even fund for BHMS. And here the documentation part is very less to process the file. Like for example, we just require the KYC documentations with a 12 months of bank statement, wherein whether it's current account or savings account, we can either take the account, because the doctor gets practice and he can even starts with a savings account, plus 2 years ITR, and with their degree certificate, whichever degree he have, either a BHMS or MBBS or MD, and he can with that documentation we can process the file, and within two working days we can fund the doctors.
Okay, so what I understand is that for a doctor, only on basis of his degree certificate, his bank statements, his KYC, and in case if he's practicing, then on basis of his ITR, the bank can actually give him a funding up to 75 lakhs. And like
Yes,
you
ma'am.
rightly said, the rate of interest on a reducing balance is about 10%, right? 10 to
Yes, 10 point.
11%,
Yes,
which
ma'am.
is not a very high rate of interest, and whatever interest they pay, that is also is like a expense, right? A expense. So their tax liability also comes down, accordingly, if in case they are in a high tax bracket.
Absolutely, ma'am. Absolutely.
Okay, great. So I guess, many people keep asking that in case if we are new, we are working in some hospitals and we want to have our own, setup, then what are the options available to us to start? Apart from our family and friends where we have put in some amount of money, what more can we get? So I guess this is very good that up to 75 lakh, a bank can fund you just because you're a doctor and you have a degree. You need to have like a basic KYC, you need to have your ITR in case if any. So one question is like, in case if someone is practicing new, they don't have ITR, still the bank can consider giving them a loan?
Not really, because we require at least 1 year of their financials to be filed, because on that parameter only the eligibility comes out. So how much we
Okay.
can fund them.
So I think a very strong message to everyone who's aspiring to grow their practice, or who are right now, assisting some another doctors and they want to start. I think the one biggest lesson is that ITR is a most important document. And, even while you are studying and you're doing like, for experience, you're working somewhere, even at that time you get a stipend, you should start filing a return, even if it means a minimum return or you're not paying any taxes also. But what I understand that
Absolutely.
ITR is an important document and you should start filing as soon as you even start getting a stipend.
And
Okay,
ma'am,
thank you
one
so
plus
much.
point will be there if if they start filing the ITR since at early stage. Definitely in coming years, it will add as a old proof for the documentation that the doctor is filing the ITR since long time. So it gives vintage to the profile.
Okay. Thank you so much, to the team. So I'll just move ahead. We got a little idea as to what is a bank's perspective, what are the documents, and every time I'm seeing in the presentation that CIBIL score is important. So can the bankers tell us what is a good CIBIL score and how can a doctor maintain a good CIBIL score?
Ma'am, we're starting with any credit card. See, if he is working as a doctor or if he is working as a student also, definitely if their parents has given them a credit card, a simple credit card, and if they are utilizing that credit card and paying the payment on time, that builds the CIBIL score automatically. And the any CIBIL score which is 700 and plus is a best and good CIBIL score, which add on to the eligibility, again to the eligibility of the doctor's loan amount.
Okay, fine. So what I understand is that as early, if you even start utilizing a credit card, you start getting featured in the CIBIL score, and a 700 and above CIBIL score is a good, score for you to be eligible to raise any kind of funds from the bank. Thank you
Absolutely,
so
yes.
much. Thanks. Can we just go back to the presentation? So I guess we discussed about the debt financing, that, what does a bank look at, what kind of documents, what kind of CIBIL score. I'll just go to the next section, which is the angel investing, or in case if a doctor wants to raise funds for private equity. Okay, so I'll say that the first step for any doctor, if they want to raise equity funding, and it could be from their colleagues, it could be from any angel fund, is that you need to start with something called as a business plan or a financial model. I have put in one slide ahead that generally for a hospital, what does a business plan look like? Then you need to have a small pitch deck. You need to start talking to angel funds. I have put in a list of angel funds which are right now funding hospitals. So you start, approaching the angel funds. You start making a presentation. You show them the project financials, and then there are discussions on what you are ready to dilute, what are the valuations. After that, there is something called as a term sheet. So term sheet is something which where it is written that the angel fund will be ready to put in 5 crores, 10 crores. Say if your total cost, what you're looking at, say raising 10 crores, then the angel fund is willing to put say 5 crores, 8 crores, whatever is a number which you're looking at. For that, what percentage of share in your practice they are looking at. So, a valuation is decided, say 30 crores. And if they are willing to put in 5 crores, then you are ready to dilute, say 15 or 20%. So there is a term sheet which defines all this, that you are ready to dilute 20% for a 6 crore amount. The practice is valued at 30 crores. And then the deal is finalized. After that, there is a SHA or a shareholders agreement. After that, there are like ROC filings. And after that, the angel fund can actually give you money in your hospital account to actually start scaling up or start practicing. So like we discussed the debt options from the bank, it is not very difficult to raise equity from angel funds or from friends and family. These are the steps in which you can go about raising equity capital. So just go to the next slide. I think what a typical business plan will have, you all can just take a picture of this slide, that when you are looking at raising funds via equity or debt, everyone will first ask you for something called as a financial model or a business plan where you project that in the next 5 years, what are the kind of revenue which your hospital will generate, what is the kind of cost, what is the kind of margins, and what is the cash flow which your hospital will generate. They discount the cash flow to a present value, and then they arrive at a valuation, and then they give you the money. So it is not very difficult to raise equity also, in case if you follow this step and you follow this business plan. Just going to the next slide. So there are like many venture capitalists. I have given the names below, that Sequoia Capital, Elevation, Bloom, Kalari. They all have segments now which are dedicated to healthcare and hospitals. Okay, there are bigger funds like Tata Capital. I think last time they presented that for a hospital above 100 crores, 100 beds is where they look at funding such kind of a projects. But even the 30 and 50 bedded hospitals in the angel network, if you are able to project a good, top line, a good bottom line, you can raise funds for expansion. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah, so I'm not getting into growth equity and all. I think these are for larger hospitals. Right now, our focus is completely on someone who's starting his own hospital or someone who is wanting to grow the hospital. So I will say there are both options, equity and debt. Debt is the first option, good option, because you're not diluting your stake. You are just paying a fixed interest. But having said that, you have an obligation to return the money in debt capital. Whereas in equity, you are diluting a stake, they become a part of your profits in future, but you are not in an obligation to pay back the principal which you have taken, and there is no burden of paying the interest also. So it gives you time to develop the practice. And in the future, when the practice makes any profits, they become a shareholder in that profits. Okay, so to each one is own. First, you should explore all debt options. And if you feel that, no, I want to expand further and I need more money, then you can look at equity financing as a way of financing. Just going to the next slide. Okay, we did discuss about how maintaining a CIBIL score is important. You can just take a picture that everyone should gun for a CIBIL score above 700. Every quarter, you can go and download your CIBIL report and see that what is making you add points and where is it that you're losing point. In case if you have a credit card and if you delayed even a single payment, you lose on CIBIL points. If you are paying loans and for certain reason the EMI was delayed, you didn't default, but there was a delay. It impacts the CIBIL score. So in the CIBIL report, you can see what is making you gain points and what is making you lose points. So I think every quarter, you should keep a watch on your CIBIL score. Just go to the next slide. Last but not the least, I will want to conclude this presentation that how important it is to file ITRs. Because like we said, whether you want to raise debt, whether you want to raise equity, if you want to grow, your ITR is a very important document. So in 10 years, I have met a lot of doctors. In fact, just Friday, I was presenting at one of the hospital CMEs. And after the presentation, one of the doctor walked up to me and said that I kept a lot of cash in the last 15, 20 years. Because it was pinching me to pay that 30% tax to the government, and I kept cash and I gave that cash to developers and to certain friends. After a long time, I realized that forget even earning any interest on it. In many places, the developers' projects got delayed and my cash got stuck. And in a couple of places, the developers duped me and I lost the complete money. So it's a myth that we are saving the 33% tax. I'll just, with a slide explain you that there is one doctor who has earned 100 rupees in his practice. He decides that he does not want to pay tax and he keeps that 100 rupees in cash. Okay, and he earns 9% return on that, because on cash money, I have not come across anyone who can earn a double-digit return, because some cash it's lying idle in your home. In some cash, you have given it to someone, it's not coming back or it is stuck. Eventually, you can't earn more than 9% on that cash money. So there is one doctor who earns 100 rupees. He doesn't believe in paying taxes and he invests that 100 rupees at 9%. Now look at what happens after 7 years or after 10 years. His 100 at a 9% compounding return becomes 237. Okay. Now there is another doctor who believes that I want to, have a very peaceful sleep at night. I don't want to manipulate taxes and all. I don't mind paying that 33% tax. He pays 33% tax. He's left with 67 rupees. Now that 67 rupees, either he puts back in his own practice, which is earning him more than 15%, or he invests in mutual funds, or he makes any investment in white anywhere, which is earning him 15%. After around 10 years, at the rate of 15% compounding, his money becomes 271. So his post-tax paid money starts overtaking the money on which he didn't pay tax. So after 10 years, his 100 rupees is 237 at 9% compounding. And at 15% compounding at the end of 10 years, his 100 rupees is 271. Now what happens after 25 years? His 100 rupees after 25 years is 862 rupees. And the 67 rupees post-tax paid money, it is growing at 15%. At the end of 25 years, it is 2,200. Now just see, why we say that don't keep any cash. Don't worry about paying 33% tax. Look at the mistake which the first doctor is doing. To save 33 rupees cash, his 862 rupees is black money. It is not white money. He cannot do anything about this 862 rupees. He has to keep juggling and keep hiding that 862 rupees. So to save 33 rupees tax, his 862 is black. But the second doctor paid that 33% tax. The 67 rupees he invested wisely. After 25 years, it is 2,200 rupees of white capital. He can do a lot more with this 2,200 of white. So I will want to end my presentation with this, that don't shy away from paying taxes. You will be better off with investing your money wisely after paying taxes. So I'll say, to summarize, have a business plan. First, see if you can self-fund your growth. Second is you evaluate both debt and equity options, create a pitch deck, file your income tax return 100% for your practice and for yourself, maintain a healthy CIBIL score, look at a private limited company for your practice, because in case if you want to raise equity capital, or if in case your practice is in a very mature stage and you want to monetize your brand, it can only happen if you have a private limited company. And last but not the least, you need to grow your EPS. A lot of time, doctors only show that much profit, how much they want to pay tax. That is very, very helpful. That is like very harmful to them. You need to pay, and you need to put the entire cash in the bank in your practice. Show that your EPS or your earnings are growing consistently. That will help you to monetize your brand as a doctor much later on. So I'm seeing a lot of doctors right now who have very good practice. A lot of big PE funds or bigger chain of hospitals are coming and asking them, show me your financials. Show me that your earnings is growing year and year. For example, if a doctor is there who showed 1 crore profit, then 3 crore profit, then 5 crore profit. Say today, after many years of practice, his profit is 5 crores. The bigger firms are giving them a multiple of 30 times. So 5 into 30, can you imagine what a number is that? That is a kind of valuation which they are getting. So they are able to monetize their practice at 100 crores, 150 crores. So they are basically selling their stake, getting that much money from the bigger chains. And, they continue practicing in that setup with the bigger hospitals or the bigger PE funds for a few years. And eventually they are monetizing their brand and their practice to a very big extent. I'm seeing a lot of gynecologists in the city of Mumbai doing that. I think this will be a phenomenal across the country, small towns, bigger cities, where a larger firms will come and they will evaluate your practice. They will give you a multiple on your earnings, and the kind of wealth which you can create in that way for your brand, it's going to be phenomenal. So I will say that one takeaway, if you want, from my session is that get into a private limited practice and file your returns 100%. The benefits which you will get will be multiple.
Nehal, can I add a one punchline here?
Yes.
So excellent talk, Nehal, and very well you explained about the cash. So I will say cash money is a lose money, and lose money you will lose very easily. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dedia.
Yeah. Thank you, Nehal, for a very lucid talk. And your co-speakers made the topic, very simple and easy to understand. And of course, Dr. Dedia's punchline always is the icing on the cake. With this, we now come to our next session, one of the most important sessions. And for that, we have Dr. Rajiv Agarwal, who is the AMC Vice President. He is currently in Allahabad attending the NatCon, but he has been very kind to spare his valuable time and share his experience on the important topic of taxation. He is a pediatrician by qualification and the medical director of Kasturi Medicare Private Limited and Kasturi Care for Seniors, and also the president of the Kasturi Medical Foundation. In addition, he is also the honorary treasurer of the IMA Maharashtra State for the third consecutive year, and he has won many awards in his capacity as an academician and a practitioner. I request Dr. Rajiv Agarwal to please share his expert inputs regarding taxation, especially for the doctors. Over to you, Dr. Rajiv.
Thank you, Dr. Vikram. First of all, let me thank the entire team of AMC for giving me an opportunity. Please bear with me because the internet connection is unstable, though I have logged in from my mobile also. So in case I log out, I will be able to speak from my mobile. Pranav, can you share the slides? Start sharing the slides.
I have shared it.
Yeah. Now, why taxation for doctors specifically? As doctors, we are considered angels in the society, and unfortunately, taxation is one thing which, as doctors, we are the least people, to pay, and we are least bothered. हमको लगता है कि अरे ये हमारा CA manage कर लेगा, हमारा accountant manage कर लेगा. Unfortunately, they also do not pay attention because we are not paying attention, And because of our busy schedule, this is one thing which we neglect a lot. And personally, I believe if you're able to manage your finance and your taxation well, you can save a lot of money, Ultimately, at the end of the day, money saved is money earned, And recently, the government has shifted its stand on violation on income tax laws, and even genuine mistakes are frowned upon. The number of prosecutions have gone up under the Income Tax Act, and it has just not penalties, it can lead to prosecution also. Next slide. I hope you are able to hear me.
Yes, you're audible very nicely.
Yeah. Now, this makes it very imperative why we should have this webinar on taxation. And I'm really thankful to Nehal also for sharing her valuable inputs for this PPT. It may not be possible as a doctor to give you the entire scope of taxation, but we'll give a bird's eye view, of the provisions as doctors, what we can do, and in the best, simplest manner I can, so that everyone understands. And we are open to questions at the end of the session. All doctors who have earnings of more than 2.5 lakhs per annum or a gross receipts of 25 lakhs, they need to maintain books of accounts mainly. And it's a very simple table, which you can maintain. You can take a screenshot or you can take a photo. Just the date, the serial number, patient's name, what services you have given, the fees you have received, and the date of receipt. Doctors are required to maintain an inventory under broad heads, like the first day and the last day of the practice, that is from 1st April of any particular year to the 31st March of the next year. Next. The doctors would generally be maintaining their details for their own purpose, except maybe the fees received. However, this is required to be maintained, and non-maintenance will lead to penalty. And it could be about 25,000 rupees. Besides this, just not the penalty, the income tax department gives ex parte assessment, where they will say, this is not the income according to us, this is the income, and they will judge you according to that, and they will give the orders of that income tax payable along with the interest and penalty, and they could reject your books also. The books of accounts are allowed to be maintained as per the income tax on two bases, like mercantile basis and cash basis. You can choose any one of them. Normally, the doctors prefer the cash basis. Next slide. Just to make you understand what is the mercantile basis and what is the cash basis. Books are provided for a period, and all income, expenses and transactions are recorded for the period where actually paid or not. Means from 1st April 2021 till 31st March 2022. Irrespective whether you have received the payment or not, you will get the you will have to account that. And like if you are insurance, you have a tie-up with the insurance company. The patients get admitted at the end of the year, that is say March end, and the payment is received somewhere in April, May, June, but still it will be accounted in your 31st March result. That is the mercantile basis of maintaining books. As doctors, we do not follow this. Cash basis is whatever we receive today is accounted today, whatever we receive tomorrow is accounted tomorrow. So after 31st March, say if you have received some income, it will be accounted in the next year. Next. Now, you have to maintain your books, and what all things you need to maintain as doctors, which is very important. That is the cash book, bank book, ledgers, journal, all receipts and bills, and all receipts what you're giving to the patients above 50 rupees, they could be numbered serially by hand or by electronic type, but they have to be maintained. Practically, it would be convenient for all doctors to maintain an Excel sheet or a Google sheet. Nowadays, Google sheet is a very important thing which you can teach your staff, and automatically you can get all the details in the Excel format to record your receipts and payment, and it is very useful for your accounting purpose. Also, your accountant finds it very easy, as well as a chartered accountant. Next. Now, this is one important section of 44 ADA, presumptive tax mechanism, which I suppose all doctors should do it. For all doctors who have their professional income, mind my words, professional income less than 50 lakh rupees, you can straight away escape by maintaining the books and everything if you show a profitability of 50% and above. Say you are showing a professional income of 48 lakh rupees. So you can directly, through a chartered accountant, file an income tax return of 24 lakh rupees as the gross profit and pay the tax on that. You need not maintain any books. You can, obviously, you can maintain more profit, instead of 50%, you can show 55, 60, 70, 80 also. No questions asked. The income tax department, even if they raid you, they will not be entitled to ask you the books of accounts. But one more catch here is, you need to be sure that your income from professional income, mainly professional income, is less than 50 lakh rupees. If the income tax department proves that it is more than 50 lakh rupees, then you are really in trouble, because all these books of account need to be maintained, and all the immunity what you have got will be going, and you will have to pay a heavy tax. Now, just a word of caution here. Next slide, please. this professional income is purely your income. This income varies from your other business income, like your business income from share trading, from rental income. This could be added to your professional income. This is purely, this presumptive tax mechanism is purely for professionals like doctors, advocates, chartered accountants, for them. So there is no clarity as to whether doctors would require to maintain Form C, but a practical view is that Form C needs to be maintained. Even other books are not meant, because you have to prove that your income is less than 50 lakh rupees. So that is the reason why you'll have to maintain the Form C, what I've talked earlier. There is a practice to provide medicine also, to our patients. Many doctors, they provide in their clinic or in the hospital also. The said income should be charged separately, because this is not a professional income. This is your, income from trading. So this should not be reflected in a professional income, as you get, you can show this as a separate profit, and this could be accounted with your professional income if you're taking the presumptive. So you could get the benefit, because if you're adding the cost of the medications, the cost, you will not get the deduction for the cost, but you will get the entire money. Say if you're selling an injection meropenem to a patient from your hospital in your personal name, if it costs 3,000 rupees, and if it has cost you 2,500, so you actually made a profit of 500 rupees only. But unfortunately, for the income tax department, it is 3,000 rupees as income, ultimately later on. So always show your income from medicine as a separate head, and that is, you can claim the income tax, pay the income tax there accordingly after taking the necessary setups. So always have a separate entity. Next. Now, deduction under Chapter 6A of the Income Tax Department. Like, you can invest in insurance companies for mediclaim policies. You can invest in term insurance, PPF. Then you can insure EPF, other things, professional provident fund and all. So next slide. To claim deduction up to 1,50,000 rupees. This is useful for saving your taxes, from the profit which you have derived. This 1,50,000 is deducted, so you end up saying. So just a simple table view. ATC is deduction in interest of LIC, then deferred annuity, contribution to provident fund, stamp duty and registration, what you paid for a flat, then tuition fee, what you pay for children. I just forgot to mention one thing about in the presumptive tax mechanism. Most of the doctors, we have our kids studying in medical colleges or engineering college or going abroad, which amounts to huge tuition fee. In this presumptive tax mechanism, when our capital is going for waste, what 50% you are showing as setting off, that 50% you can use it for paying your tuition fees of your children and all, because it is easy. You're not taking away your capital. The maximum deduction allowed is rupees 1,50,000. Premium can be paid also for the spouse and children if the allocation is less than 1,50,000. One rider for insurance is, it should be 10% of the capital sum insured. So if your sum insured is 10 lakh rupees, so your premium should not be more than 1 lakh rupees. Otherwise, you'll not get the deduction. And whatever money you receive from this term insurance or whatever policy you take, it is tax free. Next. Yeah. Now, one important factor which I think all doctors should know about is PPF. It is opened in post offices and nationalized banks and even ICICI Bank. Here the catch is, it is investment is up to 15 years and it could be extended for another 5 years. You can invest up to 1,50,000 a year. Minimum investment is 500 rupees per month, and if you are able to invest even 500 rupees a year, your account is active. The interest rate depends upon the government. Current interest rate is 7.1, and if you see compounding, it comes to much better. The good things about PPF is it is tax free. It can be opened online. Then you can get a loan against PPF. And just I do not know whether people are aware about the Married Women Protection Act or insurance, but this is one source of income, which is which no one can attack. As a doctor, if you are having a professional indemnity and tax liability, or a court gives order you pay XYZ, say 10 crore rupees to the person who has filed a case against you, and after liquidating all your assets and everything, even if it is 9 crore rupees and your PPF has 2 crore rupees, they will not be able to attach you. So this is one thing, which you should definitely invest in this. And it is the highest safety because the government of India backs it. The negative points is it's a longer locking period of 15 years. The rate varies accordingly because it's a unit equity link, and HUF and NRIs are not able to open PPF account. But what you can do is, from your HUF account, you can open accounts of your minor children who are there, and you can pay it there also, so that the fund is created. One important thing is, if you are able to pay before the 5th of every month, you get the interest for the entire month. So always make it a point to invest in PPF before the 5th of every month. And it cannot go more than 1.5 lakhs. Life insurance, personally, I feel term insurance. I'm sure Noel will agree with me. That is the only thing, as doctors, or irrespective whether we are doctors or not, we should be having life insurance, because insurance is never an investment product. Insurance is purely for insurance, and term insurance is one thing, which will give you the maximum benefit with minimum payment. The sum insured on death should be at least 10 times your annual premium. Then only you will get the tax benefit. And in case of people who are disabled, you can get exemptions up to 15%. Buy insurance only if you have dependents. If you don't have dependents, there is no need for insurance, because there are other products from which you can save tax. Now, how much insurance? I think so. I've learned a lot from Nehal for this. At least 7 to 10 times of your present annual income, should be the minimum insurance what you should have for. And it also varies according to your assets, liability, and situation, what you are in, how much loans you have, how many liabilities you have, and what is the scope of your children, how much you feel you will need for their future studies or other things. Online term insurance are cheaper, and because they are not sold by agents, so best option is to go for online insurance. But if you want a dedicated service, or if you're not able to service your insurance properly online, because nowadays ECS facility is available, so it doesn't matter much. But in that case, you can always opt for an agent. It doesn't make much, not more than 3 to 4% or 5% is the difference in the premium. So you can opt for the agent also. And if you are genuinely, if the agents advise you go for a ULIP, or you go for other endowment policies, I personally feel you should not go for it. Term insurance combined with either a mutual fund or investment in PPF will give you better results than any endowment plans or any ULIP. So most of the agents come to doctors and say, ki, you buy this endowment plan, you buy this ULIP plan. I think so you should not fall prey to that. You should purely go for term insurance, and the balance money you can invest in mutual funds or PPF. The maturity of term insurance is tax-free, so it is useful. Next. Now, ELS is one more thing I think so all doctors should know. This is another tax-saving instrument, and it's very easy. You can invest minimum 500, and the investment can go to any amount. But the tax deduction what you will get is only up to 1.5 lakh rupees. The good thing is it is tax-free. It is a very short interval of investment, shortest in that is 3 years, and it gives, on an average, I have seen in the last 5 to 7 years, it has given returns of anywhere between 12 to 20%. So it's because the investment is spread over 3 years. So that is this. Now, the bad thing is the returns are dependent on stock market, so it could involve a high risk, and you could lose your money in the this. But normally, so far we have not seen, because most of these ELSs, they invest in blue chip companies. Doing SIP is the best option in 1 or 2 or 3 ELSs maximum, so that you can keep a track of it. You should not be investing in many funds, because then you may not be able to track it. And you should try to invest directly in these ELSs also, because irrespective what the agent says or they say, you end up earning 0.5 to 1% more on your investments if you are doing it directly and not through a broker. Now, ATCC, that is pension plans, this give you a limit of 1.5 lakhs. It is also included. ATC hai, this includes this ATCC also. Unfortunately, whatever money we are paying in this, what returns we get is taxable. So that is one thing which we need to understand. And if you prematurely terminate these pension plans, whatever money, even your principal amount what you paid in this pension plan, the government does not consider that. Whatever money you are getting, the entire money it will be taxable. So it's a very catchy situation. So be wise enough to invest. So what I would suggest, instead of going for a pension plan, you invest in a term insurance policy, then you invest in a mutual fund or PPF, and then you can withdraw after 15 years or 20 years as you need. So it is as good as a pension plan. Next. Now 80CCD is another national pension plan, where you get an extra allowance of 50,000 rupees over and above the 1,50,000 in the 80C or 80CCD. The pension received again is taxable. And if you withdraw the amount prematurely, you will have to pay 60% of the amount withdrawn. Now there is section 80, as Nihal told in the last presentation, interest on loans for higher education on self and for relatives. This is one important thing. This tax interest can be claimed up to 7 years, after the initial investment, and the loan but should be taken from a financial institute or NBFC or a approved charitable trust. It cannot be, from friends or relatives or other people. Then the interest part cannot be claimed. Next. Now home loan. Three important things, in home loan, you get 3 deductions. First is the principal amount, then the interest amount. Again, in interest amount also, there are 2 variables. So buying a house is one of the top priority of any individual, not just doctors, So there is a tax deduction available. As far as the principal amount is concerned, you can get deduction up to 1.5 lakhs in section 80C. Personally, I feel instead of taking the deduction there, we should go for mutual funds or provident fund, because that will earn us this. As far as interest is concerned, we get deduction under 2 sections, that is section 24, where we get a deduction of 2 lakh rupees for the interest we pay over a financial year, and an additional one-time deduction under section 80 EEE of 1,50,000. This is a single, it's not every year 1,50,000 rupees. Principal amount I told you up to 1.5 lakh is the thing what we get as the set off under section 80C. The house should be registered in the name of the SSC, or it could be a joint property where the SSC name is there. The loan should be taken from bank, NBFC, or an employer also can give the loan, but it cannot be from friends, family, or relatives. And deduction is available even for multiple properties, but up to 1.5 lakh rupees. Deduction is only available from the year when you get the possession. This is most important. Now, as far as interest is concerned, next. Deduction of up to 2 lakhs is allowed on the principal repayment of the housing loan in case of single non-rented house. The interest part up to 2 lakh rupees you can claim as a deduction from your income tax return. Budget 2019 has given additional 1,50,000 deduction for the first-time home buyer. It is only for first-time home buyers. We'll see the details in the next slide. Section 24 covers this 2 lakh rupees. The rent that you receive, if you are given this house on rent also, that can be treated as income, and the interest could be treated as expenses. So income minus expenses, whatever is the outcome, on that only you have to pay tax. And if your income is less than the expense, then you can take it as a set off from your business income also. The deduction is also available, is only available from the year of possession, that is completion of the house when you get the possession. The pre-EMI, whatever you paid, say the house takes 2 years, 3 years, that total pre-EMI part, you can divide it into 5 equated installments, and you can spread it over 5 years. And this, you can claim a HRA also. You can claim a HRA also along with this home loan together. And in case the house is not completed within 5 years, then the maximum benefit what you get in interest exemption is only rupees 30,000. So you should be very careful. The house should be completed within 5 years, and then only you will be able to take this 2 lakh rupees exemption. Next. Now this additional 1,50,000, initially in 2016, This was 50,000 rupees, and now in 2019, this is spread over 3 years, where you can, if you are buying any house, between 1st April 2019 and 31st March 2022, you can take this exemption of 1,50,000. This is only for first time buyers of the house. So you can take it on your kids' name, who are adults, mature and filing the income tax return. If you are not able to exhaust the 1,50,000 interest limit in the first year, you can spread it over the next 3 years. But total in 3 years, you can take maximum exemption of 1,50,000 only. The loan can only be taken from banks or housing finance, that is NBFC. Here there is a catch. The loan should not exceed 35 lakh rupees. The loan amount should not be more than 35 lakh rupees, and it can be taken only by individuals. It cannot be taken by partnership firms or trust, or HUF cannot claim this. The area of the flat carpet area in metros is less than 645 carpet, and in other areas it is 968 carpet, and the registered agreement value cannot be more than 45 lakhs if you want to avail this. The borrower should not own any other property at the time of loan allocation. Next. Now, Mediclaim premium, we all know we can take exemption up to 25,000 rupees from our total income, what we are saying. And if we want to pay premium for our parents or children also, we can take an additional, deduction of 25,000. But the maximum deduction what we can avail, paying the premium irrespective of whoever we want to, is 50,000 rupees in one particular file. So what you can do now, if you are paying your 25,000 rupees Mediclaim, so in your HUF account, I'm sure you all know what is HUF, that is Hindu Undivided Family. There you can pay, if your parents or children, they are not showing any income or they are minor, you can pay their premium from the HUF, and there also you can claim this exemption. Next. Now, maintenance, 80DD, maintenance and medical expenses of dependent persons, or disabled people. So for a normal disability, it is up to 75,000 annually you can claim. And for a severe disability, it is 1,25,000, but you need a certificate from a government doctor. As far as expenses for cancer, HIV, it is up to 40,000 rupees. Donations is one thing, where you can get exemptions up to from 50% to 100%, depending upon the trust which you have chosen to give donation. You have to give maximum of 10% of your gross revenue. So if your gross revenue is, say, 1 crore rupees, so you can pay up to 10 lakh rupees as donation, not more than that. There are certain other trusts where you can get more also if you are paying in the Chief Minister or the Prime Minister Relief Fund. But normally, most of the trusts, you can pay up to 10% of your total income. Next. Now, something about the charitable organization, the government encourages the donation. So if you are paying this for an educational institute where, research work is going on, there you can get up to 100% exemption. But otherwise, in most other trusts, like a temple trust or other trusts, there 50% is the deduction. How can you claim? The person should have a ATG certificate, whichever trust. Like I have a trust, I had mentioned in the slide, President Kasturi Medical Foundation. My trust is ATG registered. So if you are giving donation to me, if I mention a PAN card, if I mention, I give you a signed receipt and I show it in my income tax returns, you will get a ATG reduction. The receipt should be there. It is very important. Nowadays, the government has made it mandatory. As a trust, if I am filing my returns, I have to show all the people from whom I have received the donations, with their PAN number. So that all actually helps the person who's paying the donation, because automatically government confirms it two-way, Dr. Rajiv Agrawal pays 50,000 rupees to Kasturi Medical Foundation, and Kasturi Medical Foundation also shows, yes, Dr. Rajiv Agrawal pays 50,000. So that is one extra benefit. You have to give donations to only approved organizations who have a ATG and a 12A certificate. And cash donations are not entertained. You cannot give cash donation of more than 10,000 rupees. Donations in kind like clothes, food and all, they are not covered under the tax exemption. Next. Now, what pinches me, and I wanted to highlight, if you're wanting to donate to a political party, you can donate 100, you will get 100% tax deduction. And that is very unfortunate, because all the government is run by politicians. So, and many of the social trust or the, holy trust, there you get only 50% exemption. So this is very important. As far as scientific grant and research is concerned, if you're doing it for research work in school, college, or university, or a medical college, or a tertiary care hospital where a lot of research work is going, if you donate, you get up to 100% exemption for this, whatever donations you have paid. Next. Now, allowability of expenses. The expenses incurred for the purpose of profession are allowed as expenses. However, one has to take into account the following conditions. The expenses should not be capital nature. Capital nature means if you're buying a property for a hospital or for your clinic, so it is purchased. So it is not expenses. So it is accounted in capital. The expenses should be incurred wholly or exclusively for the purpose of profession. Like if you are doing interior work, if you're buying an equipment, so that comes in the expenses. The expenses cannot be incurred in cash if the amount is more than 10,000. You will not get benefit of that expenses. Expenses in violation of any law. If you are doing any thing which violates law, that cannot be claimed. Expenses where TDS is to be deducted, if you are showing some professional income to, say, a chartered accountant or advocate or some other things, and if you are not deducted that from the company's account, you will not be able to claim that expenses. Interest expenses, one needs to be very cautious in respect of claim of interest expenditure. The loan should be purely for the purpose of profession and should be taken for the purpose of running the profession. If you are used it for any other things, you will not be able to claim the interest expenses. In a company, that is a hospital, whatever loan you have taken for purchase of equipments or purchase of a property, and whatever interest you are claiming, 100% interest can be claimed against your profit. Next. So you have a profit of say 20 lakh rupees and the interest component is 10 lakh rupees. So the gross profit is 20 lakh rupees. After deduction of the interest, it is 10 lakh rupees plus the depreciation. Now, transactions in cash, recently the government has, tried to plug the holes, where black money or, cash transactions. So any transactions with any particular individuals for more than 20,000 is not appreciable and not accepted. Even a loan about 20,000 from any individual is not acceptable and not allowed legally. So, and if you're showing it in the books, you are inviting penalty. One important thing as hospital owners, we need to know, recently 2 years down the line, government has come up with a rule where, any company, whether it's a private limited, private partnership or LLP, anything, you cannot receive, say in a hospital, multiple times a patient gets admitted in your hospital. You cannot receive more than 2 lakh rupees in cash from any person, So if say XYZ person gets 10 times admitted to your hospital and the bill, the 10 bills comes to around 4 lakh rupees. And if the patient is paying exclusively in cash, so that is a big thing. If it is wrong, the hospital will have to pay whatever amount about 2 lakh rupees they have received. So entire 2 lakh rupees plus the same amount as penalty, So if that patient has paid 4 lakh rupees, so you are ending up paying 8 lakh rupees to the income tax department. So always see to it that any person from whom you are collecting cash, it cannot be more than 2 lakh rupees in one financial year. So you have to spread it accordingly and then take necessary check payments or NEFT or, payment by credit card. Or you can, if you can show the bill in the spouse name and all, that's a different issue. But preferably, I think so. Recently, the government is so hellbound in catching doctors also. So we should avoid adjustments. Next. Audit. Now, if your income exceeds 50 lakh rupees, then definitely you need to get it audited by a chartered accountant. And there are lots of compliances also which you need to follow. If you do not do that, then you are liable for penalty. You have to deduct TDS also as if you are doing audit, TDS is deductible for the payments you make. And if you are not able to deduct that TDS, then you will not be getting that exemptions for the interest or, for the expenses. And you have to file this TDS returns on quarterly basis. Unfortunately, if you're not able to do that, you have to pay late fee of rupees 200 per day, 200 per day plus the interest and penalty and also the prosecution. So just a word of caution, which we need to understand. Next. now we need, as per the Finance Bill 2021, we all need to keep our records for 10 years. So there are lots of doubts. Some used to say for 7 years, some used to say for 5 years. But now the Finance Bill 21 has made it clear you keep your records up to 10 years. So after 10 years, you can start, getting away with your records, all the bills and everything. Donations, one important thing. Why is this noise coming? Donations received less than 50,000 in one financial year in individuals, are exempt from tax, and they can be deposited cash. So one thing I feel what you all should do as doctors, when you are filing your returns, maybe you are a doctor, your wife is a doctor, if your kids are also adults and they are filing a return for that, even in HUF, you can show up less than 50,000, say 48,000, 49,000, 46, whatever you want to say. You can deposit cash, no questions asked, and it is tax free. So this is how you can save money. Money saved is money earned. Next. Now, tax on salary components. There are multiple components in a salary, and some are fully taxable and some are partially taxable. The basic salary, the DNS allowance, special allowance, band pay, bonus, overtime, arrears, personal pay, food allowance, furniture allowance, shift allowance, all these are fully taxable. Means depending upon the tax slab you fall, you'll have to pay the tax. Whereas partially taxable or tax-free are, medical reimbursement up to 15,000 rupees, transport allowance up to 1,600 per month, leave travel allowance, vehicle maintenance. The list is exhaustive. You can just read it. Telephone allowance, meal coupons. Next. So you cannot do anything with the fully taxable. You have to pay tax on that. What most of the employees do, if you are getting a salary, say of 50,000 rupees, so they split this salary into multiple heads, so where you get this exemptions, you can show there, and that is how you can save tax. The house rent allowance, it can be claimed for tax exemption minimum, actual 40%. In non-metro cities and 50% metro cities, it is of 40% of the basic plus DNS allowance. If the annual rent is more than 1 lakh, what you're paying to a person from whom you have taken this flat on rent, you need to have a PAN card. Ideally, the agreement should be registered. And if the landlord does not have the PAN card, you have to take a declaration from him. Only then you'll be able to claim your HRA. You can claim your HRA along with the home loan interest benefit also. Now, if a company is giving you a car for your use, personal use or official use, then if the car is less than 1600 cc, you have to just pay a maintenance allowance of 1800 per month by way of tax. If it is more than 600 cc, 2400. And if the company gives you a driver also, then you have to pay a tax of around 900 per month. Same way, if the car is owned by you and you are using it for the company purpose and the company is giving you the cost of running and maintenance, then you have to pay 1800 per month for less than 600 cc, 2400 per month more than 600 cc, and 900 if the driver salary is also there as tax free. Next. Meal coupons up 50 rupees per meal per day. So, 2 meals if we calculate, so it comes to 2,200 rupees per month as tax free. And annually you can claim 26,400. Mobile phone internet tax free. So you can claim that. Leave transport allowance, leave travel allowance. It's spread over a block of 3 years. The current block is from 2018 to 21. So any 2 visits, for a domestic trip, only the flight expenses, traveling expenses are counted. Your hotel accommodation, food is not counted. It depends on the employer, what leave travel allowance he has passed in his company. That much you will be able to take it as exemption from tax. Next. Now, one important thing, many of the doctors, we have a relative staying abroad, we try to invest abroad and we don't show it in a books of account. Recently, the cryptocurrency has also come. Now, government has banned cryptocurrency. So many of us may have shifted our cryptocurrencies account abroad, So there is something called as black money, foreign income and assets and imposition of Act 2025, which requires disclosure of all details in the return of income and has huge penalties, up to 10 lakh rupees, and it leads to prosecution also. The government is hellbound, to see to it that all individuals or companies, they see whatever source of income or whatever asset they have, it should be declared. You must have realized, your CA must be telling, the form is becoming more and more complex and complicated. The only aim of the government is, whatever you are doing, they should know. And believe me, the government of India, they have a separate cell, IT cell, which continuously scrutinizes on whatever things you are doing. You register a flat, you do a credit card payment, all the information is going to the government income tax department. And whenever they see a sudden sprout of bigger transactions or an abnormal transaction, suddenly your name pops up, and then you get a scrutiny or other things, and you get a call from the income tax department. So be careful in whatever doing. You may feel ki I'm having credit card, I'm paying it in cash or some other mode of, from other account, but that is actually every government knows everything about it. And there is something of Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002, the Benami Transaction Prohibition Amendment Act 2016, Black Money Undisclosed Foreign Income and Assets and Imposition of Tax 2000. All these are very dreaded, and if you're found, it is not just penalty, it is also prosecution. Thank you. Next. Now, hospitals, doctors run hospitals by way of private hospitals. It is a normal business entity for the income tax department, and you have to maintain your books and accounts as a normal business. It could be in the form of partnership firm, private limited, or LLB. One important thing which we should, the CBDT circular on taxation of benefits from pharma company, which I think so we all know, whatever perks we are getting from pharma companies by way of gifts, travel, hospitality, cash, or monetary gains, they are taxable, and they have to be accounted in our income in other sources. Otherwise, we will be caught if the government is able to prove it. Next. Hospital as trust. One important thing is, as a trust, if you're there, you have to timely file all your income tax returns. If you're not able to file your returns, then in that case, you will not be able to claim the benefits what you're having to claim under a NGO or this, where up to 85% of the expenses are given as allowable, and only 15%, whatever is the taxable part, that is given exemption. So you have to be very careful, and whatever donations you have received, if you're not able to file your income tax return on time, whatever donations, there will be taxation on that also. And even the person who's giving the donation, they will also not be able to claim under the ATG section. The newly introduced TCS, that is tax collection at source provision, where you're making a payment of 50 lakhs and above to any pharma distributors or for any medical companies, you have to deduct that, and you have to claim that in your books of account whenever you file your return for that particular year. Next. EPF is one important thing I think so many doctors fail to do. I thought I'll just take this opportunity to mention it, where any hospital which has a salaried employee strength of more than 20, you have to pay this. Under the EPF rule, you have to contribute 12% of your basic salary plus DA to EPF. The employer matches the EPF. You can have more contribution as a salaried person by voluntary provident fund, but the employee need not match that. The good thing is the interest earned is tax-free. You can take a loan against it. You can withdraw also, and it is directly deducted from the salary. So it is not much difference. The bad thing is the money is locked and until your retirement. EPF rates are market linked, so it keeps on varying. It's the option only available for salaried employees. You cannot, as a self-employed, you cannot do that. Withdrawal of EPF takes a lot of time, but nowadays online EPF accounts are created, so this time consumption is also reduced. You can opt for VPH. Next. Yeah, we can skip that. Yeah. Now we go to the tax slab, the new tax slab, which has been introduced recently. So up to 2.5 lakh rupees, nil tax, 2.5 to 5%, 5 to 7.5 lakhs, 10%, 7.5 lakhs to 10 lakhs, 15%, 10 lakhs to 12.5, 20, 12.5 to 15, 25, and 15 lakhs and above 30%. So these are the new tax slabs. Next. This is the old tax slab where up to 2.5 lakh rupees it is nil, 2.5 to 5 it is 5%, 5 to 10 it's 20%, and 10 lakh and above it is 30%. Income less than 5 lakhs are eligible for tax section deduction under ATA. Now, one word of caution is in the new tax slab, you are not able to take the benefits of deductions under ATC and other things, which you can take in the old tax slab. So personally, I feel even today the old tax slab is better than the new tax slab. Next. Now, how to choose between the new and old tax regime? Type of income, salary income, or any other type of income then that triggers TDS. The employee can opt for new tax regime at the beginning of the year. If you want to change it, you can do that only in the next year. You cannot do it in between. Now, income from professional and business, like ours, in that case, you have only one option. Only once you can change between the old and new one. So if you have earlier in the old tax regime and if you have opted for the new, you cannot go back again to the old tax regime. Next. Beside this, these are the taxation rate for companies. Partnership firm and limited liability partnership firm is 30%. Private limited company with turnover less than 400 crores, 25%. Private limited or limited company with turnover more than 400 crores, it is 30%. Besides this individual tax rates, next line, we have the cess also. 4% cess is applicable for all income tax, and there is a surcharge also applicable. Next line. The surcharge depends on the income you show. So if the profit income what you're showing between 50 lakhs to 1 crore, the surcharge applicable is 10%. This surcharge is not applicable for income less than 50 lakh. So if you are showing an income less than 50 lakh rupees, surcharge is not applicable. 50 lakh to 1 crore, 10%. 1 crore to 2 crore, 15%. 2 crore to 5 crores, 25%. 5 to 10 crores, 37%. More than, it is 35%. And more than 10 crores is 37%. So you can imagine if you're showing an income of 10 crore rupees, on the tax slab, what you are having, additional 37% you're paying. So effectively, it comes to almost 50% of the total income what you're showing as tax. Next. Now, something my talk would have been incomplete on taxation without the GST last 5 minutes. The following services by health are coming under the ambit or not coming. We'll just see OPD, it is exempted. IPD, it is exempted. Food supply is optional if you are giving it to the patient. And part of your bed charges, it is exempted. But if you are giving food services to your patient's relative and you're charging money for that, 18% GST is applicable. Next. Renting, any rent received from any commercial place, it is GST liable if you are having a gross professional income or total income more than 20 lakh rupees. So GST is liable. Waste treatment facility, right now it is exempted. Medical test services, that is OPD, lab or diagnostic, it is exempted. Medical counseling, exempted. Cord blood, exempted. Beauty parlor services or services by dermatologist or plastic surgeon, for beautification of faces, that is payable. 18% is the tax GST. Next. Supply food with healthcare services, it's in the composite and not taxable. But if you are giving, I earlier told, if you're giving to the relatives, it is taxable. Veterinary doctor services exempted. Ambulance services exempted. Now, supply of medicines, this is definitely taxable. You have to pay GST on the difference amount of what your purchase and sale is. Then services by diagnostic center, it is exempted. Next. Now, as far as GST is concerned, healthcare services is one, which takes care of your health for the diagnosis and treatment for any illness, injury, this. But it does not include hair transplant, which is very important. Most of us had received 3 years down the line notice from the GST Council. That was a blanket notice to many doctors, irrespective whether the income was actually under the GST or not. So we have to understand what is not covered: hair transplant, cosmetic, plastic surgery, except when undertaken to restore or construct anatomy or functions of the body, affecting congenital defects, development defects, or injury or trauma. Now, any hospital which caters to the treatment, irrespective whether it is diagnosis, treatment, care, of the treatment, that comes under the ambit of clinical establishment. Next slide. Authorized medical practitioner means medical practitioner registered with any council, let it be BMS, BHMS, or this. So they are legal authorized medical practitioners, and if they are giving the services to the patient by way of treatment, then it is exempted from GST. If the hospital or doctor is giving any above service, there is no question of paying GST. If the hospital is supplying any other services like commercial or residential premises on rent, pharmacy, supplying food to the relatives, recovering food charges from staff, then the same is taxable. Rent received on residential premises, on your residential premises, exempted from GST. What you need to understand when you need to register for GST, so any income where the gross income of your company or your personal income is 20 lakhs and above, you have to take the GST number if you are having some source of GST income. So the definition of aggregate turnover means 20 lakh means taxable income plus the exempt income plus the exports or the whatever is the total income what you are showing in the books. If it is more than 20 lakh rupees, and if you are doing some service which comes under the ambit of GST, you have to take a GST number. If you're not taking a GST number, it amounts to not just penalty but also to prosecution. Next. If the registration is not taken on time, you are liable to pay tax. You will not be allowed to collect the same from customers. You will not be able to take the input tax credit plus the penalty and now prosecution also. And normally most of the medical services what you are giving, which comes under the ambit of GST, we have a GST of 18%. Next. Now, some of the taxable services provided by doctors like medicine supply to OPD, they come under the ambit of GST. Food charges, accommodation for staff and employees, transportation provided to staff and employees, they come under the ambit of GST. Renting of premises for commercial use like ATM, mobile tower, advertisement, hoarding, this sponsorship received from any person other than body, corporate or partnership firm, they are under the ambit of GST. If any services is imported like subscription for foreign magazines, that is also under the ambit of GST. Next. Hospitals will be unable to claim input tax credit as hospital services are exempted for GST. This is the worst thing. We are paying GST on most of the things which we purchase, but we do not get any input tax credit for this. GST Council recently recommended 12% GST also on the biomedical waste treatment plant. So whatever these facilitators or aggregators are charging money from us right now, they are not charging us GST, but I'm sure in the near future they will be starting 12% GST on that also. Even the bed charges above 5,000 of your special room, not the ICCU, that comes under the ambit of GST. 5% GST is applicable for that. These are the two things, which are really shocking, because I think so it's only India and only India where GST is tax is being charged for the treatment of patients. Next. Now, frequently asked questions. Fees from giving lecture, it is taxable. When you are giving equipment to a doctor on rent, basically when the doctor uses operation theater, you're giving, it is exempted. Removal of lymphoma, exempted. If you're removing a black spot from the face, it is taxable, comes under the beauty treatment. So GST is applicable. Next. Polyclinic services. If you are giving it on rent and you're taking rent from the doctors officially, then it comes under the ambit of GST, not otherwise. Keeping a locum, it is exempted. Dietitian and weight loss, if it is for the purpose of treatment, then it is exempted. But if it is for the purpose of beauty, then it is 18% taxable. Old age home, it is exempted. Next. Physiotherapy is exempted unless it is for, in the gym and other things, it is taxable. Gym, it is taxable. Medical receive services of a surgeon or this, it is from abroad also, it is not taxable. Parking, if you are giving to the patients or relatives and you're charging it, it is taxable 18%. Next.
Rajiv, we need to skip through a lot of things. It's already 1:34, right?
And this is the last slide. If you want, I can skip that.
No. Okay.
Taking assistance of tax professionals and financial advisors will always help to reduce your burden in income tax compliance. And believe me, today you will have to have a good financial planner, a tax professional, and your chartered accountant should be well versed with the law of the land and the changing income tax scenarios. Only then and then you will be able to escape the clutches of income tax department. And as a personal advisor, I would say you should pay whatever money you are earning, you should pay tax. Nehal had already showed in her slide what is the benefit of paying tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv, for covering this topic in such a elaborate way. And I'm sure that when this session is on the YouTube, your talk will be one of the most subscribed and logged in topic.
I was given 45 minutes. I've tried to complete it in 45 minutes.
Yeah, I know, full justice cannot be done in 45 minutes, but due to the constraints of time, we cannot give you more time. We will now go to the final session of the day. And Dr. Rajiv, please stay with us for the panel discussion. Dr. Mukesh Gupta and Dr. Narendra Dedia are also there. So we have few questions from the audience, which I will
Dr.
request
Vikram,
Nehal to.
Dr. Rajiv, Dr. Dilip Raichura has also joined the panel.
Yeah. So welcome, Dr. Raichura, and we will have your expert views also. There are a few questions from the panelists. Dr. Raichura is a Dr. Dr. Dilip Raichura is a senior surgeon and investor practicing in the western suburb of Kandivali for the last 41 years. And he's investing since the last 30 years in various modalities like property, shares, stocks, mutual funds, etc. And he will be also our esteemed panelist. So Neha, can you please take the first question, please?
So Dr. Mukesh, like if someone is beginning the practice, how he can decide in terms of whether he's a cost leader or he's a differentiator? Like how can that decisions
Dr.
be made?
Dilip, can you mute yourself because it is disturbing. We are not able to understand. Please, yeah. Sorry, madam. Please ask the question again.
Okay,
Yeah, so,
I guess everyone is curious to know that you spoke about a cost leadership and you spoke about differentiation. So how can a doctor actually who's starting a practice or somewhere in the mid of the practice, he wants to evaluate, how can he go about doing this? How can he take a decision that I should be a cost leader or I should be a differentiator? What will make him take that decision?
Yeah, so can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah. So my answer to this would be like this, that if you have developed some specific skills which are unique, then you need to look into it and, kind of decide how you want to go about. And it also depends on your purpose path, as I told you at the beginning. So if your intention is to go in and serve a large scale mass population with your services, then you have to go for cost leadership.
Yes.
But if your purpose path is for a specific section or a small customer patient segment with some unique services, then if you try to go for cost leadership, it's of no point. So another thing is that if you are entering into a market where there is a large number of people in the same services and same specialty and same everything, then again there is a question of you're entering into red ocean market. Then you are actually cost leadership becomes a very important point unless you have some unique added services which nobody else has. Then only it can be a differentiated practice. Last but not the least is that if in the course of your journey, if you're looking at economies of scale, that okay, I have a practice setup where I can generate large number of revenue by filling large number of beds, and I need to kind of look at cutting down on the overheads, and I want to fill the beds, then cost leadership will work. But if you're looking at a smaller specialty kind of services or a single specialty micro setup, then a differentiated practice would be a better option. So this is in gist. I hope I've answered.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, Dr. Vikram, you can take the next question.
Vikram, you are on mute actually. We can't hear you.
Yeah. The question is how to create a gratuity fund to be given to certain employees working over a long period of time. So I think Dr. Dedia can answer that.
I think for the gratuity, all the organization, they should have a labor consultant, and that labor consultant is about the various things about the provident fund, professional fund, and gratuity funds, which require to be done as a organization. We have to follow the rules. So yes, there are regularly the labor consultants are available, and they will help us to create the gratuity fund. On and above gratuity, you want to give separately something more to some particular staff, that is entirely up to you.
Nehal, would you like to add anything to this?
So it is like he rightly said that there are consultants or chartered accountant can actually calculate the amount of gratuity which is due per person. And there is a superannuation fund with LIC or with insurance companies where you can deposit that gratuity amount which is payable to the person, so that when they leave after 5 years or at the retirement, that doesn't become a burden to you. And the amount which you set aside in that superannuation fund also earns certain returns. Okay, so like I am right now working with a couple of hospitals where they are 40 years, 50 years in practice. And now they're actually wanting to wind up, and to the staff, there is very big outflow of money. And they had not planned for gratuity in the past. So now the doctor has to shell out like large sums of money for so many years of practice with returns, and for many number of employees. So I think everyone who has a hospital, it is better to get the gratuity working done, put aside that money in a superannuation fund, so that, you know, after 5 years when the employee is leaving, or at the time of retirement, or a couple of years down the line, it doesn't become a huge liability to you at that point of time. So it is very wise to get the gratuity calculation done and set up a superannuation fund and start putting in that money every month.
Thank you, Nehal, for your inputs. My next question is to Dr. Rajiv Agarwal. You mentioned about PPF being a good tool. So the question is that, is it wise to put 1.5 lakhs in the PPF account in the first few days of April itself, or is there a better alternative strategy? You're
Dr.
on mute,
Rajiv,
Dr.
you're on
Rajiv.
Sorry. Why not? Actually, if you invest right in the April, it is always better. And see, you can always invest in other mutual funds, for earning, So if you just want to save tax, you invest in PPF, you will get 7.5% compounding. It is very good. Money is safe, 100% safe, and you will in most of the times in PPF you'll be able to beat inflation, but that may not be the case. So, investing early part of April is very good, or you can invest anytime during the year. You will be getting interest for that much months only for which you have invested, So if you are having cash, you can always, deposit in the first week of April, preferably before the 5th of April, so that, you get the benefit for the entire year. And you can split, if you want good returns, you can split some amount in PPF and some amount in ELSS, Accordingly, it all depends on what is your risk-taking appetite and how much you want to invest. Even if your 1.5 lakh has got exhausted, you can still invest in mutual fund and ELSS. No, government is not going to stop you. Only thing is you will not get exemption. Just remember that. So it is not everything about exemption. You are having cash flow, as the Nehal told. You should be having invested in debt fund or a liquid fund. Instead, if you feel you don't need this funds in for the next 1 year, 2 year, so you can invest in regular funds, also mutual funds. So after 1 year, whatever income you are getting, it is tax free. Only hardly 10% tax for your long-term capital in a mutual fund, and ELS is 3 years. So it is 10% is nothing if you go to see.
There is one more question.
Can I, Vikram, add something here? That's very interesting questions. And Rajiv had answered it very well. Only thing here I will like to add that if you are a first-time entrepreneur, and if there are your parents are available, your HUF is available, your parents' HUF is available, then as I always say, that your CA should be the dynamic, and you meet him regularly. Probably all these files can be help you to make a better tax planning. So your HUF can put the money for yourself, for your grandkid, for their PPF account can be created that way. HUF cannot have their own PPF, but HUF can give money to your or your grandsons. Similarly, suppose your parents are there and their parents are with you, and their otherwise income, if you have generated in their file, then probably they can also help, and they can also probably not required to have their own PPF, but money, that 1.5 lakhs benefit they can pass on to the kids or grandkids or something like that. Even their HUF also can do it. So these are the various ways. Once you sit down for the tax planning, definitely you can utilize number of extra files which can be there in your family. Thank you.
I just wanted to add something here. I just wanted to add something. The moment your kids become major, once they complete 18, you should try to show some income, so that is also called as financial planning or tax planning, so there also you get exemptions of 1.5 lakh towards insurance or PPF, so आप उनके पैसे में 1.5 लाख रुपए का PPF डाल सकते हो, म्यूचुअल फंड में डाल सकते हो, शेयर मार्केट
Absolutely.
में. Now, if you are showing in a hospital, say income of say 50 lakh rupees, so what a good tax planning is, if your son has become a major or daughter has become major, you show them as a partner or a employee in the staff. आपका medical store है, उसके अंदर उनको partner बना दो, so you show some income. You are parallel, you are creating one file. और जितना कम पैसा आपको जो टैक्सेशन है फर्स्ट 10 लाख रुपीस पे कम पैसा लग रहा है, so eventually you are saving tax. So that is what is called as tax planning, So my son is now 19 years, his file is already created, we have started showing income in, so 10 lakh rupees from my company, 30% tax is getting deducted. वहां पे जो बच गया मेरा ये, और मेरे सन के अंदर 10 लाख रुपए का मैंने इनकम बताया, वहां पे मुझे टैक्स हार्डली 50,000 लगेगा, So this is how you can save tax,
So
and
can
exactly,
I add?
Rajiv, here the point is added that whatever the capital you have generated, ultimately that will be useful. So it's very well, Rajiv said, that you have to see that your capital is built on the book.
So I have a few suggestions from, I agree with all those things told by the experts earlier, and Nehal can add on what I'm saying is, let's see, we need to understand that PPF we are using many times for ATC exemption, but let us understand that, we always keep comparing the PPF with various different tools. So we need to sit with our advisor and discuss about this. Like for example, PPF versus bank FD, obviously PPF scores, PPF versus ELSS. We need to understand that the tax saving funds do not provide a guaranteed return like a PPF. And we need to understand, there is no doubt that the money that we remove from the PPF is tax exempted. So that is also a big advantage. Sometimes we compare PPF with NPS returns. Now, NPS returns depend on the grade, depend on the asset allocation chosen and the performance of that fund. So again, you need to understand that. Now, when you're investing in PPF, it is always better if you are having that liberty. I think 1.5 lakh at the later stage of practice is not a big amount, but at an early stage, maybe. But we need to, the best time would be definitely 1 to 5 of, April itself. And हम सब भूल जाते हैं normally. याद नहीं रहता यार, बाद में यार चलो ठीक है डालना है ऐसा. So set a bloody reminder और 31st March की हमें अगले 4-5 दिन में डालना है, तो that then only it works. Otherwise we normally always forget. So it is knowledge action gap. So this is another small tip I would say. And then of course, as Dr. Dedia mentioned about choosing the different accounts and who should pay the PPF for whom, depending on whether it is individual account, your corporate account, your HUF account, your child's account, your parents' account. So try to figure out that, and really helps. So I think this is a small tip that I would like to add. Over to you.
In fact, Dr. Mukesh, you very rightly said many benefits of PPF about taxation. So don't worry if you have exhausted your ATC limit. PPF is not necessarily for tax benefit. In fact, for doctors, you have a medical legal risk at all point of time. PPF is a deemed trust. You should put money in all family members' files in PPF because that money cannot be attached by anyone. It only belongs to the person for which the investment is made. I'll just take one very important question. Dr. Mukesh Gupta, it is addressed to you. If the hospital business entity is run by family members, which one is the best to choose, LLP or private limited company? Please throw light into the pros and cons of each for long-term profit and tax benefit. So if it's like just a family setup, should they do LLP, private limited? What do you think in the long run is good, both from profitability and taxation aspect?
So there is actually a very, it's a very tricky question. And, these are those googly questions that are difficult because to each their own. It totally depends on your family structure. It totally depends on your future planning with your practice, whether you want to leave the practice as an estate for your children who are coming in practice versus you want to create a valuation for your practice so that you can have an exponential income generated by virtue of, at the end of your practice when you are going into the maturity to decline phase or whatever, to hand over the business to someone else and use that benefit of finances that you generated for creating another kind of plan. So it all totally depends on individual basis. But I would say that the sooner we plan a corporatized setup, the higher our chances of valuating our practice. So I will tell you one small story about a doctor. Normally what happens is that they start their practice, do all the hard work in their life journey. And by the time they reach the maturation phase and then the decline phase,
the practice is gone, and then the hospital that they're running is only valued as a real estate. So when they hand off the practice, it is not a business which they are selling it off or whatever, but it is actually only real estate price that they are getting, which is so sad. Whereas the valuation of the any other industry or any other, even a shop which is running a business, kirana dukan, is valued as per the not real estate, but the business it is generating. So it is high time that we create that kind of corporatized approach to our practice. And the sooner we create that. Now, limited liability partnership from taxation perspective, very beautifully, Rajiv has explained the tax slabs for LLP versus. So there is a differentiating tax slabs for LLP versus a private limited company. I think 5%, if I'm not mistaken, Rajiv?
Yes.
5% differentiation. But the advantage is that when you're raising funds to enhance and expand, or when you want to take up a partner in your practice, then having a private limited really helps you to generate the equity funds or equity type of loan instead of the debt loans, which was nicely and beautifully explained by Nehal in her talk. So these are the parameters that you should assess. Lastly, you need to also understand that the family members, all of them, should have that level of financial literacy. Okay, if you do not have your LLP partners the same level of financial literacy, it is going to be a pain. So you need to see to it that all your family members, including your children, at an early age, start getting trained. Not everybody is lucky like Dr. Narendra Dedia, who has children who are financial gurus. But normally we need to adapt, and we need to keep on training our kids right from a younger age on not just the medical and how to earn the money, but how the money will make money, and make them understand about the nitty-gritties of financial planning. Over to you, Neil.
I just want to add here something. If you see, I had posted in the partnership and LLP, it is 30% tax, and private limited and limited is 25%. Most of the hospitals, what we are talking of small and medium chain, their turnover is less than 400 crores. So if you are showing a gross net profit of say 2 crores, 4 crores, 5 crores, this 5% is a big amount. Yeah, and definitely when you are having a partnership firm, you get many exemptions also, like remuneration to partners. In a partnership firm, there is a fixed slab, according to that you have to follow. But in a private limited company, you can pay any remuneration to the partner, professional income. There are so many other things. Definitely, if you are having a private limited company, you have more of audit and more of a company secretary compliance also. But I think so it is still worth it, rather than having a partnership firm. And as Nehal and Mukesh told, if you want to inject any equity partner or something, it is more easier in a private limited company than in a partnership firm. The only advantage of a LLP is, if your hospital goes into a medical legal sue, and the recently Supreme Court is announcing any odd figures, so if they say ki this person needs to be compensated 20 crore rupees, so if it is a LLP, the partners of the company, they will not be paying from their pocket. If after selling all the assets of the company, if it is less than 20 crore rupees, the partnership firm may the partners, unka bhi jo income rehta hai, unke bhi jo assets rehte hai, they will be attached. But in a LLP company, these will not be attached. So this is one more important thing which we need to be very thought-provoking if we are not adequately insured for a professional entity, because recently the court is giving any amount of judgments.
I think here one more point which I will like to add, that you rightly said that this difference is only 5%, but definitely by creating a private limited, you are creating the value for your hospital or your organization for the future point of view. Anytime anybody wants to look at, will be much easier. And second thing, very rightly Rajiv said that there will be little more compliance. But if you have a little more compliance from the beginning, you will have a more discipline in accounting, and then more discipline in accounting will ultimately help you to become a more conscious. Thank you.
I'll ask one question to Dr. Dilip Raichura, because I guess we read that he has 30-40 years of investing experience. So Dr. Raichura, what is your view on actually putting in all your income in the bank, keeping no cash and filing your returns 100%? Because you have been an investor for last 30-40 years, and I'm sure it would have not happened with any great cash income, but actually having a good ITR and white income. So if you would want to throw light on this with your experience.
Thank you, Nehal, for asking the question. I will tell a very small story. When Notbandi came, I had no money, no cash money with me. I had withdrawn 5 lakhs rupees because I was going to my native place for some function. And I got a message that today Notbandi has come and what will you do with your cash? So I said, I don't have any cash. What I have withdrawn from the bank is official. So I can again put back it into the bank. I will have no problem. At the end of the Notbandi, 3 months later, a friend of mine from Saurashtra called me up that I need some advice. I said, what? He said, your bhabhi has got 25 lakhs rupees cash. What do I do with that? I was surprised. I asked him, where did she get so much of money from? So he said that she was saving from such a long time. Whenever I used to give some money for her mandir mein dalna hai ya kuch karna hai, so she used to save. Initially, when I was doing a job, salary, I used to give 100, 200, 500 rupees a year. Later on, when I started business, I started giving her in thousands and later on in lakhs. So she had 25 lakhs rupees. What to do now? I said, you have no choice. You have to declare it and pay the tax. But if you would not have done that, and if she would have put all this money right from beginning in the bank, then this money probably would have been more than 1 crore rupees because it was saved over a period of 25 years. So what you put in the bank and show it as your official income will generate more money than keeping your cash. If you want to develop anything further, you want to buy new hospital, you want to buy new equipment, if you don't have white money, if you don't have the money on your bank account, then how will you do it? What initially said that if you want to have a loan, you have to have the ITR for 2 years or 3 years or like that. Now, even if your ITR is very small, where will you get the money from? Your bank will not sanction a big loan. Hello.
Yes, yes. So I think the message is loud and strong. You very rightly said that 25 will remain 25 in cash. It can never
It is
compound.
decreased.
So it is, yeah, it will decrease.
Gone.
Actually, you're losing. Yeah, yeah.
I
right.
just want to add, Nehal, here.
Yeah.
After the introduction of this demonetization ke baad, frankly speaking, I really do not know how many doctors are able to genuinely generate cash, because personally, I'll share my experience before demonetization or, a year up to that, we were getting a lot of cash payments, but now in the last 2 or 3 years of my income tax, almost 90% is coming by way of, GPay or a phone pay or, so I really doubt, how many of us are able to actually generate cash. And definitely I'll say, if you are having a strong books, if you are having a good amount of check payment in your, it is easier to convert that check into cash, but not easy to convert the cash into a check, as simple as that.
Right. Absolutely right.
In fact, here, Nehal, I will take a 1 minute and very important message Dr. Raichura has created, that compounding effect is the 8th wonder of the life, that compounding effect and the time factor what we have to give, that if you really do that, it is a absolutely miracle. You don't have to do anything. Just sit and relax and give your accounted money to grow.
Yes. The same story is there in the book Rich Dad Poor Dad.
Yes, absolutely rightly you said. And it's a very simple message, but then
Robert Kiyosaki.
Yes.
In fact, any investments you make in the equity market by way of mutual funds or equity market or ELSs, if you have spanned it over a period of 7 years, believe me, each and every book says if your investment is minimum for 7 years, you are 100% bound to grow, and you will get some returns. And most of the times it will be good returns. If you are unfortunate, what happens? आज हमने पैसा डाला, market down हुआ है, किसी ने बोल दिया, डॉक्टर मुकेश गुप्ता ने बोला, अरे मार्केट खत्म होने लगा, मुकेश गुप्ता के इतने फॉलोअर्स है कि लोग डर जाते, विड्रॉ कर लेते, एंड देन द ब्लेम कम्स ऑन द इक्विटी मार्केट और म्यूचुअल फंड. सो दैट इज द बिगेस्ट प्रॉब्लम. हम लोग बहुत ज्यादा सुनते हैं, कुछ सोचते नहीं है. सो वी should. I'll tell you very frankly, I plan to sell almost 80% of my portfolio last Monday. I swear it. I told my broker. Monday morning, I speak to a good friend of mine, who reads the chart very well, and he said, Rajiv, believe me, मुझे लग रहा है कि मार्केट ऊपर आएगा और फर्स्ट वीक ऑफ जनवरी के बाद मार्केट नीचे करेगा. तो अभी मैं बोला यार इतना होशियार आदमी ने बोला है तो आई डिड नॉट सेल अप. रियली आई टोल्ड माय ब्रोकर ऑन फ्राइडे कि हम लोग मंडे ट्यूसडे को 2 दिन में पूरा पोर्टफोलियो खाली कर देंगे. और आज उस पोर्टफोलियो इज 20% डाउन. सो आई थिंक सो आई वाज रॉन्ग. आई लिसन टू दैट पर्सन. आई डिड नॉट meet my intuition or my sixth sense. So every time you need not follow people. You can have your own sixth sense and intuition, and whenever you're sitting in cash, you will be able to do something or the other. You will be able to earn money.
So can I add something here? This is a very interesting direction that the conversation is going. So I think before even I say something, I am going to summarize one line. That one take-home message is by stop cash management and cash collection and make your money more valuable by making it legal. Number one. Number two is that there is no doubt that when you're paying your taxes, not only are you doing good for yourself, but you're also doing good for your community and nation, because the tax money is going to be utilized something in a good place. And it is now visual. Now, I want to tell one more important aspect here is this, that in the beginning of the practice, now we do not pay attention to these small things. And as we go ahead, we think that we are very smart and we can time the market and we can kind of, play the market better than anyone. And we are high IQ people. Our IQ has always been better than anyone else in the class right from our education time. So ये जो आज जो टुच्चे पुच्चे लोग हैं जो market खेल रहे हैं उनसे तो better ही खेल सकते हैं. Well, it is not about your IQ. It is also about your attention economy. It is not just about how much, it's also about the time and space and attention that we are paying to time the market. The same thing if we pay attention to generating the wealth in our existing domain of expertise and core competency, we'll do better. So I always say that. But suppose if there is a doctor whose practice is on the wane and is down and hardly anything, then for him to himself sit in the market and do things will be a different story. But for people like expert doctors, you need to focus on developing your skill set to generate the revenue and take help from experts to guide you and help you reach your, now listen to this word, you have to help them to discipline you to reach your financial freedom. So basically the intention is not to make that 1% extra or to, at the end of your retirement, how does it matter whether your bank account has got 10 crore or 11 crore? It really doesn't matter. What matters is that you should be having the corpus that you have targeted of whatever amount that you have decided, say maybe 10 crore or 20 crore or 30 crore in your account at that moment of time. That is our agenda. So look at the discipline and don't try to time the market, as what Rajiv said.
Exactly.
I just want to add one.
Here, I wanted to just put one important ideas what you Mukesh said, that you focus on your skill, you focus on your profession, and let the expert helps you. And here I will like to give a simple example. Very short SIP I had, and as everybody said that now since the discussion is going, I will always add my personal experience for the better benefit of the delegates and the audience. That 10,000 SIP I was doing it. Last 10 years I am doing it. I have never looked at this. Again, one day, we have a family meeting once a month with my kids about what we are, where we are and what we are doing and what next to be done. So my son told me that, Dad, you know that your SIP you are doing and where are you right now? So I said, no, I had not looked into this he says you are doing for last 10 years. It was a very small SIP, it started 10,000 rupees. So I have invested till now around 12 lakh. And now today it's more than 52 lakhs. So CAGR of 20% or more, mutual fund is giving. What more you want? And without doing anything, without looking after, probably if you look back your businesses, how many people are net earning 20% or more as a profit in whatever the business they are doing it. So if that kind of returns you are getting, I am sure that you will get, if probably you have a patience, you are giving a time to have that compounding effect. And you look at the Warren Buffett, his major income has been generated in last 10 years. That because of the compounding effect, and he started investing when he was the age of 11. So I think that lessons we have to learn, that we have to give our time. And yes, that we have to evaluate, and at the same time, we should have a patience.
I
Thank
just
you.
want to tell something. Didier sir, I agree with you completely, but on one point I beg to differ. I think so, sir, in last 20 years, if you have not seen a mutual fund portfolio, that is also a bit wrong. You know, we are giving a wrong message that we should not
No,
analyze
I
our
have not said
portfolio.
20 years. It's a 10 years. I do
10 years,
look
sir,
into
whatever.
the
I
regular.
think so personally, we should analyze our portfolio at least once in a year. I mean, there are, you know, a fund which may be at the top today, maybe at the bottom after 2 years, you know. So we need to just reshuffle, take the advice of a financial advisor and reshuffle. One more thing, as a tax planning saving, you know, most of us have taken home loans or, you know, business loans, you know. One advice, you know, free advice to all of us, which I'm sure no of the CA does tell us. Say you are taken a loan of 1 crore rupees for 15 years, you know, your EMI say, I'm just talking arbitrary figure, the 1 lakh rupees per month. I personally say if you invest 1 lakh rupees over divided into 12 equated SIPs, and you invest in any good mutual fund, you know, and you invest it for 15 years, believe me, whatever interest you have paid to the bank now, after 15 years, that you will get more than that, you know. So this is one more take home message to all the home loan or a business loan takers, you know, keep only one EMI what you're paying every year. Na? If you divide it into 12 equated installments and you put a SIP in any good mutual fund, you know, and you wait for that loan tenure, believe me, you will be earning more than the interest part what you've paid. Nehal, if I'm wrong, please correct me.
No, you are right. In the loan management, we train people that there are two ways you become debt free very early. Is that whatever EMIs you are paying, you pay one extra EMI, your 20-year loan will get over in 15 or 10 years, and the interest outgo will become less than half. The other way, which you said, that whatever EMI you're paying, say for example, I'm paying 1 lakh EMI. If 30% of that 30,000 I set as a SIP in mutual funds, then in 20 years, whatever principal and interest I would have paid to the bank, I will recover that completely with, a mutual fund SIP of just 30% of your EMI amount. So both ways, just pay one extra EMI, your loan can be over in less than half the time, and set up an SIP together with it, so you recover the entire principal and interest. So these are all like the loan management hacks, which actually at the end of the day help you become debt free very fast, and also help you recover that interest which you would have paid. I think there's a very important question that please elaborate section B of income tax for LLP and partnership firms. So Dr.
Section
Rajiv,
40B. Section 40B.
So Dr. Rajiv, if you can elaborate.
Madam, I'll have to see, means I'm not an income tax consultant. So 40B I'll have to see, because I can help you with the numbers, but suddenly a section comes, it is not in my domain to answer, you know. To be very frank, in fact, you will be able to do that. Because mere PPT mein kidhar bhi, I don't think so 40B was there.
No problem, Dr. Ajit, we have noted down, and we will get back to you, with the answer on this.
I'm sorry, but that is not in my
yeah, no problem. It's okay. We will revert back to them. That now that question is asked for everybody.
Rajiv, you said that you should have a good CA, and that is important.
Absolutely, sir. Unfortunately, problem क्या है मालूम है ना, हम लोग डॉक्टर्स है ना, पेशेंट से मैक्सिमम पैसा लेना चाहते हैं. हाँ, हमको खर्चा कम से कम करना है, और वो खर्चा कम करने में ना हम लोग किसी फाइनेंशियल कंसल्टेंट को अपॉइंट नहीं करते, टैक्स कंसल्टेंट को अवॉइड नहीं करते, और सीए को तो बोलते हैं अरे सीए के साथ सबसे ज्यादा बार्गेनिंग करते, हम लोग एकदम थर्ड क्लास अकाउंटेंट रखेंगे जिसमें अकाउंटिंग भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं. तो बिलीव मी, if you are able to spend something on your accountant and your CA, you know, at the end of the day, 5 years, 7 years down the line, आपको scrutiny नहीं आएगा, आपका accounting proper होगा ना, तो you will be the biggest gainer.
Rajiv, I think you and Mukesh were not there in beginning of my talk. I said that your good CA, he become indirectly your partner.
Yes,
actually.
yes.
And he will always be helpful to guide you to take further.
I was there and listening on the YouTube, which was being laid. This is another technological advantage that AMC has done for all of us. That I was traveling and I couldn't join in. I didn't want to disturb the flow, so I joined in from the YouTube and listening to your talk. I wanted to add one more home loan hack. Can I add one? So
yeah, please.
Yes.
Yeah. So there is another home loan hack which I use personally. And now there are these different types of home loan, models which are available with the banks. And one of those models is money saver or money parking facility. Okay. So most of us are, even if we take a home loan of 15 years, most of us are able to finish off the home loan at a much earlier time, because our practice normally as doctors, we start late, but the the growth curve and is much more faster as compared to an average other business. So we normally land up making money reasonably fast, and we are able to pay our home loan much faster. And many of us land up, chal sir pe se boj hatao, ek loan pay karo, free ho jao. So the hack which I am telling you is that instead of closing the loan, you can actually park the money. So your interest is now stopping. You're not paying the interest at all. Okay. Now, if for some reason temporarily you need to have funds, whether to upgrade or upskill, or for some reason that you do not want to, your SIP is lined up for which you do not want to break your other plan of investments and other things, you can use this funds as a backup plan. So if you are staying in a home loan, say taking the same example from what Raji was saying, if there is a 1 crore, usse niche ke loan to koi lega nahi, koi doctor ghar ke liye. So normally say let's take a 1 crore ka kind of a ballpark number. So remember that you always have that access to that lowest interest amount money overdraft facility whenever you want to upgrade any equipment or buy. And remember, the amount of interest that is 0.5 basis or something which is extra that you land up paying is going to be, now listen to this carefully, is easily taken care by demanding that amount of discount for the equipment or gadget whenever you buy by paying upfront money. Okay, I don't want any loan, I'm not taking any thing, I'm going to pay you right away, and the money will be in your account by tomorrow, because my money has to be just transferred from one account to you. So what is the best deal you can give? And then the moment you start doing it and buying equipment with that deal, you will always save that money, even that interest component. So this is one thing. And last hack is home loan. Normally add your wife's name or a female person's name. If you want to buy it with your mother or your daughter or whatever, that also helps you in bringing down the basis points of interest. And anyway, the house anyway is never something which you are going to sell off. So it doesn't really matter if there is a joint name of a family member whom you are going to stay in the house with. So these are the few hacks with the home loan which I thought I'll tell. Thank you so much. Over to you.
In fact, I just add, Mukesh, if you're taking an OD, even if you're paying 0.25 basis point extra, if you have, you can pay anytime in the month, extra money, whatever is parked in their account, that much part interest is not applicable. So effectively, आपको ना 1 से 1.5% rate of interest कम पड़ता है अगर आप आपके current account में पैसा रख रहे हैं. तो we should always go for OD. Most of the leading banks, they have a OD maybe in a plain OD or a drop line OD, but you should take OD. Sorry,
and that
sir,
your loan account will be linked with the OD, so that you will be easily able to take the advantage. You can take the money whenever you want, amount of loan sanction.
पर क्या बार बार अपने को लोन नहीं लेना पड़ेगा? जैसे मुकेश ने बोला है कि भाई आपको सडनली अभी 15 लाख रुपए का इक्विपमेंट खरीदना है, तो आपने बोला कि भाई 15 लाख रिलीज कर दो, इमीडिएटली आ गया. तो आप व्हेन यू आर टेकिंग अ 15 lakh लोन फ्रॉम अनदर बैंक, अगेन प्रोसेसिंग फी, मॉर्गेज, अदर थिंग्स, अदर चार्जेस एप्लीकेबल, अनदर ईएमआई, सो ओडीज ऑलवेज इफेक्टिवली टर्न आउट टू बी बेटर. और आज के तारीख में जो बैंक्स है ना, यू कैन टेक अगेन लोन अगेंस्ट प्रॉपर्टी आल्सो. इट मे नॉट बी अ होम लोन, इफ यू नीड इट फॉर अ बिजनेस पर्पस आल्सो. इफ यू आर टेकिंग home loan against property and that fund is there in your account, अगर आपके account में से आपने use नहीं किया, you will not be paying interest,
राजीव,
it's an OD account.
राजीव, मुकेश को 15 लाख की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी लोन के लिए, but yeah, he will take in a crores, then yes, he will.
सर वो तो 1.5-2 करोड़ रुपए का मिनिमम लेगा ना सर उसका तो.
But see, the whole advantage here is this, that you never have to disturb your discipline of financial investments which you have created for reaching your financial goals by breaking your flow of SIPs or other things. At the same time, it is a temporary need for handling your account. By the end of the month, you'll have all the money that you want, or in the next 1 or 2 months, you will be able to generate that. So, see, for example, when I wanted to buy my high-end sonography machine, I sat across the table and paid it in cash in the sense, immediate transfer of funds. And when I did that, I was getting a better deal as compared to otherwise. So these are the small things really work. And as Rajiv said, if you have missed the bus and if you have paid your home loan totally, there is a property loan option. So let's put it this way: whether it is an SME loan, MSME loan, whether it is a business loan, whether it is a personal loan, whether it is a car loan, whether it is an equipment loan, the home loan interest rates are the best as compared to any of them. So if at all you need to use the money, the liquidity in your home loan account is always going to be beneficial to you. And there is no prepayment charges or anything in that kind of accounts.
We all were discussing one important question to Dr. Dilip Raichura. right now, I've seen many doctors asking me this question that why don't we open an account on Zerodha? वहाँ brokerage नहीं लगता है. We sit and do our own transactions. And, so I just wanted to ask you, you have been like an investor for 40 years. Would you, would it be possible that your account, your wife's account, your HUF account, so many accounts, you sit, you log into the app, you do transactions, or if you feel that agar phone pe someone is giving you a support to do your transactions, it's okay, it's a small nominal, brokerage. Should it really matter? I feel that at times people are getting penny-wise and pound-foolish. Like Dr. Mukesh rightly said कि मुझे 30 करोड़ पहुंचना है, 35 करोड़ पहुंचना है. वो 35 हो कि 35 हो कि 36 हो. In 2025 was it 1 crore?
3000 करोड़ बोलना पड़ेगा आपको मुकेश के लिए. मुकेश के लिए 3000 करोड़ बोलना पड़ेगा. 30
So,
करोड़ वगैरह मत बोलो.
like he just said that
My
the
appetite-
35 ho ki 36 ho, that 1 crore over a period of 30 years which you pay as fees, would you focus on that or would you focus ki bhai main 35 pahunch raha hu? So I think Dr. Dilip, you have the most experience over your 30-40 years in handling your money, in various instruments. So I think we really want to hear from you that what is your advice to the younger generation?
Dilip sir, you'll have to
Dilip,
unmute yourself.
My question?
He'll have to unmute himself.
Dr. Dilip, you will have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, sir is on now.
Yes. Nehal, the best thing is that everybody should put money in the bank, whatever you earn. That compounding itself will take care of everything. OD is available on any OD you can take against your property, against your shares, anything. And you should be able to utilize that money whenever you require. Money lying idle in your bank account has no meaning. So there should not be any money lying with your bank account or cash lying in your house. If you have an OD account, you can use it anytime and use it for that purpose only. The money will not become idle. That should be the purpose first. Your money should earn money for you. Hello.
Yeah, sure. We could hear you. Like I was asking you this question, what we are seeing today, right? You should focus
Nehal,
on, yeah.
Can I add what you have asked the question?
Yeah, sure, Dr. Narendra, you can add.
I think I'm a part of the various various financial related groups, and the stock market related groups must be 20-25 different groups. And everywhere, majority of time, people say that we should do direct investment, we should do via Zerodha, or we should not have a financial advisor, and financial advisor is not required, and so on. I think that's absolutely, according to me, as like Mukesh also said, Rajiv also said, that we should have a good financial advisor, like good CA. Second most important is that good financial advisor is very, very important. And
absolutely right.
As you rightly said, that you give a very nominal thing to your broker, but if you are a broker and you are having a good relation, and I am sure we are not doing for a 2 months, 6 months, years together it will go. So that relation will add lot of value to your other investment also. I will tell you that I have picked up so many other investment avenues before my kids came into the financial market. I had already took advantage of that. There are a lot of things which are now getting matured, like Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank, which it was unlisted and I brought it, and now it is going to it's listed. Tata Technology, we have a handsome amount of investment. It was unlisted and now it is getting listed. So these are all didn't came directly to me. I was not something a great board that I will know this. But yes, because of my financial advisor or because of my broker, once in a while we used to make a cup of coffee, and that cup of coffee without any agenda gives a lots of other findings, and which will help you lots of other investment avenues, and you must take advantage of this.
So Nehal, I put analogy here that people have a choice to Google and take medicines. Okay, they have a choice to directly connect to pharmacy apps and take medicines, and even the pharmacy app can provide a general practitioner's opinion as per your choice, and then they will send across the prescription. but do you really want to do that, or go to the specialist and take an advice? And second, if you're trying to, another example I will give you is this, that people listen to so many of these social media posts and social media groups, and I myself have a YouTube channel with more than 4 crore views, and they listen to these kind of channels, and then there are non-doctors who are giving advice with full heart and full passion that this is the best thing to do. Listen to me, meri baat suno, yehi hoga, aisa hai, all that. And that meri baat suno aur yehi hoga is purely to get the clicks on their channel, and it has got nothing to do to help you to make your money. So it's high time that we understand as specialists, as doctors, that it is a specialty job, and it is peanuts that we are thinking of spending, and what we gain out of the connection with them is huge. So if you're trying to control your sugar, self-control by modifying your medications, you may occasionally be able to manage it, but you will never catch up the complications, and you will never be able to identify the complications of diabetes if you have not visited your doctor.
I agree with what Mukesh says. One more important thing is, whenever suddenly an instrument comes, like Sir told, or suppose say market has fallen, as doctors, we are so busy in a practice from morning till evening, we are not able to, visualize things, which they are able to visualize sitting on the board. So they can just call us up, अरे sir, आपने मेरे को 15 दिन पहले बोला था XYZ स्क्रिप्ट लेने का था, लेकिन वो भाव बढ़ गया था, अभी देखो वो 7,000 में आप लेने को रेडी थे, अभी 5,000 हो गया. तो many times we miss the bus because we are not constantly involved. So definitely I do 100% of my trading and other things, investment to a financial consultant only. दूसरे का भी तो घर चलने का हक है ना सर, हम लोग उस बहाने सबका घर चला रहे हैं, सबका साथ सबका विकास.
Zerodha cannot give you personal advice.
Absolutely.
Yes.
It is Zerodha's model of customer acquisition for which they are saying free. Actually, it is just wanting you to enter on that platform, and now they are going to make huge money because of your lesser financial literacy, and now they are going to. So it is their expenditure. It is not that they are doing it free on charity business. It is purely because they don't want to spend the money on customer acquisition, and hence they are having, and similar such platforms are working on that model.
Their cost is also less, Mukesh, because manpower का मेरा सब online है.
Here I will just add one more punch from my experience. अच्छे लोगों को बीच में मिलते रहो, something new will come, and it will be always helpful to you. Thank you. I think the time is getting
just last one line. Zerodha's Mr. Kamath was on interview on one of the channel, and he said only 1% of his clients are making more money than FD interest. 99% of clients are not making even FD interest when they continue to trade on Zerodha. This is official figure given by Mr. Kamath.
Yes, it has come.
No, actually, Dr. Chira, you said a very valid point. Like if you are working with advisors, I can vouch and say 100% of our clients make double-digit returns, or they reach their life goals with absolute peace of mind. So, and that definitely there is a fee, because there are many programs which say people to do things on their own. Now I'll tell you my own example. I run an organization. That is my primary job. If someone will expect you stop that, you put trades in your account, your husband's account, your HUF account, your parents' account, then you sit and do your own equity research. I have a team of CFAs who do that job for us. If I have to stop running Finovate and actually go and read P&L and balance sheet and track those companies, it's such a specialized job. I have to do, like in my organization, a dealer's job, advisor's job, a planner's job, a analyst's job. It's not possible for me to do all that. Expecting a busy doctor to do all that, it's like then I'm actually fooling them by telling them ki sab kuch khud se karo. It's practically not possible. You end up losing money. 99% people lose money on platforms like Zerodha. 1% only make more than bank returns. So I think we shouldn't fall for all these things, and be very wise while taking these decisions.
So we've had a lot of interesting discussions, a lot of debates, a lot of points, counterpoints, a lot of take-home messages, punchlines. So as they say, all good things in life, come to an end. So we are coming to an end of today's session, and I would like to thank each and everyone who was involved, starting with the AMC president, whose vision has given birth to this Fincon series, and we'll have Fincon 3 coming up soon. The details will be shared. All our esteemed speakers, starting with Dr. Narendra Dedia, Dr. Mukesh Gupta, Nehal Mota, and Rajiv Agarwal, and our panelist, Dr. Dilip Raichura. Last but not the least, I would be failing in my duties if I don't thank the AMC secretary, Dr. Hemant Dugad, for beginning the session, and most importantly, all the delegates who have invested their Sunday afternoon, a holiday afternoon, and we hope that we have done justice with our efforts. And as they say, that investment is always long term, like the test match which we have won today. And T20 can give you thrills, but the class, as they say, is always permanent. Form is temporary. So let us stick to class. Let us generate more income, and let the specialists, that is the CFAs and the CAs, manage our money. But yes, as a team, as Dr. Dedia said, make them your indirect partners. We are all very smart. We need to earn our money smartly and invest our money smartly, because this is the era of everything smart, including our smartphones. So with this, I would like to conclude today's session. And once again, Christmas greetings, and wish you all Happy New Year in advance. And let us hope that 2023 will put us all in much better position, both physically and fiscally. And wish you the best of health and prosperity to all. And lastly, I would like to thank Team Finovate for their cooperation, especially Mr. Pranab. And wish you all enjoy your Sunday evening. And till we meet next, goodbye.
Vikram, let me not negate what you have done. Fabulous job done by you, Vikram. Such a well conducted program, and you've looked at absolutely micromanagement of this program. So hats off to Dr. Vikram Khanna. Thank you very much for streamlining everything and getting everybody on board on time and having the lectures so well streamlined. Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Enjoyed, everyone. Bye.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.